Gentry cool. Love you guys.
I
Okay,
don't
so I
think
see
I
you
can
now.
do
It's
that.
polar bear flying tomorrow. Yeah, man. Skis and floats in the
But
snow. If the snow doesn't go away, and the snow does go away, I've got other things to do, and I'm gonna bash some trucks as well. So awesome. See you guys on Saturday. Check out your friends. Fly with them if you're lucky. And Roy, appreciate you, man. America. Hey, man, you gotta love where you live.
oh yeah, yeah,
It's
that
not
would work.
about like being better,
There'd be a
better,
bit of a delay
all
on
that
it.
stuff.
So
It's
the
just
audio and the video would not sync up. It'd be really
like
weird
where you
looking.
live, no matter what country you're in. It's okay to be proud of where you come from. They've turned it into a crime of ignorance. Don't get me going. Paul, appreciate you. Noble Dro, what's up? Happy New Year. Floats on water for you. Yeah, because it rained like crazy. All right, y'all. We'll see ya. RC Air Marshal is doing a Zoom party. Actually, I'm going to probably head over there as well because it's going to be more of this, but not a one-way deal. There'll be a few of us. We probably have some. He's going to run it. I'm just going to the party, but probably have some different guests in and out. If you want to keep this party going, I'm going to end it on my show. But go to RC Air Marshal. The party is happening there, and I'll see you guys there in a little while.
All right,
See ya.
I'm trying to solicit
We're out of here.
other folks to come and join us from Ryan's stream because I'm a dick.
Sticking with the pants. See you next time. Bye. See you at RC Air Marshal.
So hopefully people see in the description when they see my video that
Hello, everybody. Welcome
that they can jump in with us.
to RC.
That's what she said. So I might switch over to my phone so I can wonder. Oh, what's up, Ryan? Yeah, I forgot with Zoom I actually need to be able to hear people. Captain Erectus, who is that? Is that Captain Photon? That's fucking Photon coming in here with Captain Erectus. What's happening, Ryan? It's weird because it's my Zoom instead of Josh's. You know, it may be me. Can anybody else hear me twice, or is it just Ryan? Captain Erectus. Oh, nice. If we are international tonight, fellas. We are international. Oh, no wonder there's so much sun outside the window. Shit. You sound great. I don't know if you can still hear us like 14 times, but you're sounding good. Oh, gotcha. Oh, you know what? Hold on. So you want to hear everybody else talking except me. Yeah, I got you guys. So I'm trying to get the Zoom audio to pipe into OBS. So give me just a second. The meeting number's at the top. It's 749-690-352. You totally can, man. Let's fucking burn this bitch down. My YouTube channel says right in the description that it is not for the kids. No, there shouldn't be a password. None of you guys had to put in a password to get in here, did you? Jackson is sipping on some Capitan. Wait, somebody that's in here, it's asking them for a meeting password? Oh, you know what? You know what? I am dumb. Let me add. So in this, what am I looking at? I am looking at screen one, screen two, display one, blue. Sorry guys, we're still working on this audio thing. I don't know why I can't get the audio from the Zoom to go out to the YouTube channel. That's upsetting a little bit. I know, right? No, I'm trying to do it in OBS, right? Where the stream that everybody's watching on the YouTube channel. Um, oh, the dogs are going ape shit. Yeah, that's right. That's right. They're tiny. Wow. What just happened? What? All right, so I gotta. There's gotta be a way to do this. Hold on. Scene, media source. Let's call this a game capture. So it's playing through my headphones. I don't know what the hell the problem is. Sorry, guys. Josh is much better with this than I am. Apparently, I just suck at making OBS do weird things like this. What's that? Yeah, YouTube can't hear the audio from the Zoom window, right? And I'm trying a couple of other things to make it work. So would it be audio input? Audio output. Like I know, I wonder why that's giving it so many problems. Because I know if I do like if I fired up any other application, it would work fine. And I wonder if it's because I have Zoom like piping into my headphones. So let me try. Select this. All right. All right. Can you guys hear everybody now?
Can you hear?
I can hear clearly.
Nothing's changed on this. All right.
What about the chat though? Can people on the live stream, can they hear everybody else? Everybody start talking. Can I hear everybody now?
You know it's late on the line.
I can hear clearly.
What about the chat though? Can people on the live stream, can they hear everybody else? Everybody start talking.
If I mute your Zoom meeting, go to YouTube, I can hear everyone fine, but it's delayed like 10 seconds.
All right, cool. Is there any kind of crazy echoes going on?
No, not if I mute, not if I mute YouTube, I hear your chat. I hear the voice with the Zoom. I see the video on YouTube. They can hear us, is what I'm saying. That's the problem with this.
No, I think the guys from YouTube can hear us now. I think we got it.
I think somebody's got their YouTube volume on.
That might be my fault. That might be something that I have done. I can't tell.
Just mute the YouTube.
Could have been mine.
Well, I have headphones on, right? So the microphones can't hear YouTube anyway.
That's right.
Like I don't have speakers like blaring into my mics.
Someone is echoing. Guy said someone just needs to mute the YouTube, whoever's on YouTube.
I think we must have got it.
Did we get it? Did we get it figured out?
Yeah, it sounds good now.
Awesome.
Yeah, it sounded better.
Awesome.
It even looks better.
That's a bit of a stretch.
Here you go. You can put your legs up.
Awesome. Yep. So anybody that's out there in YouTube land that wants to join in and get in on this discussion. Yeah, I kind of am in a big auditorium, Jeff. Like what's behind me is the only stuff that's actually in this big ass room. And apparently last night it sounded a lot better, but now it sounds crazy.
I'm gonna leave and come back in and see if it does something.
What do you think it's gonna do?
Hey, Ryan,
Yeah.
close out the Zoom, go to Dave's YouTube meeting, okay? Go to Dave's YouTube, open his YouTube live page, then mute his live page, okay? Then open up the Zoom chat again.
I think I'm good.
Okay, and you're fine. It sounds fine.
Yeah, I think I'm good now.
Yeah, sounds better. With
I
that
can-
webcam.
I can hear.
As long as you got YouTube muted, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to try something too.
I gotta get my fancy lights going.
Get your fans. All right. So we're here now. All right.
And
Mark Z.
I changed up
Yep,
the
yep.
airplanes
What
in the
up?
background.
Sweet action, Joe Jackson.
Yeah, Josh, I don't know how to do all that technical shit. You're the Zoom master. So tonight, we're just celebrating the new year. We're just talking. This is definitely not going to be kid friendly. So if you got kids, get them out of the room because
Tell 'em to
Ryan's
piss
about
off.
to Ryan's about to get crazy and start dropping fucks every 10 seconds.
Tell them to piss off.
Tell him to piss off. Get the fucking kids out of here.
Roshka, look at that truck.
Oh my gosh! Look at that.
Yeah,
That's an old
100.
like old SK Blazer.
That's my Tonka truck, man. I used to ride that son bitch down a 2x8 down the porch, sitting on top.
I did the same thing with like the old school metal Tonka dump trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to ride on them bitches down the fucking hills.
Ride down the road, waste your shoes out.
Man, it came
Alright.
with like tires. You could like change the tires.
Well, kid, 1.9 size tires and 2.2s look better on it. A little bigger tire.
Yeah.
They put 10 millimeter longer shocks on it to raise it, give it a little bit of lift. Because to buy a lift kit is $200. A trackless lift kit. The price is
All
That's
right.
crazy.
Hey, so for anybody that's watching on YouTube, Happy New Year's, guys. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please like, or fuck all the liking and sharing. Just subscribe. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification button, because we do this every week. We don't say fuck every week, but that's a New Year's thing.
Last night you said enough for the year.
What? Did I really?
You dropped enough F-bombs last night to last you 2020.
That
Yeah.
I must have done that like once I started, once the gold soda started kicking in a little bit.
Yeah, that's why you got to drink this Sprecher, man.
Drink the what?
Sprecher, root beer.
Sprecher said Deutsch?
Yeah, it's not really root beer. I'm just trying to keep my squeaky clean image.
Yeah.
That's what they would do.
It looks a lot like a Bud Light bottle there, right?
Well, that's the thing. That's Sprecher root beer. I would not drink Bud Light, but that Sprecher root beer, it looks like beer. It comes in a beer bottle. This is Fat Tire, that employee owned, independent, whatever, Colorado. It's fancy. It's probably liberal too. I ought to quit drinking it. I need some conservative beer.
I just finished an Arrogant
Oh yeah,
from
What?
Stone Brewery.
nice.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys.
Where you going?
I gotta get rid of some of the gold soda.
Oh, I see. Jump in the Zoom chat, says Dave.
If everybody had, right, tell them what the planes are coming up with Horizon.
I just hype him up and turn his mic off.
Basically what's coming
Take
out.
it.
You can't tell them.
I can't hear you, Roshka.
I love how all the guys are asking you, tell us what's coming out. Tell us, you can't tell them what's coming out. They keep asking you, well, what's coming out, what's coming out.
I can't, yeah. I can't tell. The 9th, I can tell you when.
Yeah, I know, the 9th, next week.
I'm not sure I'm supposed to, but they can't be mad at me for that.
They'll probably come up the Thursday because they usually go live show on Thursdays. So they'll probably out the day before.
I'm going to probably try to go live on that Thursday. And then what's awesome is I'll have all my videos to, they'll when they make the announcement, my videos will go, I'll release them as well, which is awesome. Because normally I'm going to do I always do the new stuff anyway, but to have it timed with the announcement is kick ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That'll be really good for my channel.
Oh, yeah.
Aces High, yes, I do. Not from Free Wing, but I know what's the next one around the corner is. I used to know what was always up over there.
All right, guys.
Yeah, keep him busy, Dave. Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Another year, don't have it all figured out.
It's super tough, Roy, to keep it together.
But it's better watching TV every night. That's what I'm saying.
I turned on the TV the other night and I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I never do this. I never turn it on.
This is weird.
I'm sorry.
Weird.
I have to have it turned on for them to hear me too. Yeah. Why would you when there's live freaking RC coverage every night, man? This is like the best news channel ever.
All in sports.
Yeah, man.
I just use my large TV to display a fish tank on my computer.
Is it really?
Ryan, should I
Cheap
turn my
aquarium.
bottles around where I can say that I'm also drinking like shit pop root beer?
Do it.
I've got the live stream medicine. Yeah.
Lost your audio, Dave, on YouTube.
Yeah, they should be able to hear it again. I had muted it in OBS because I thought that they would still be able to hear me, from the Zoom session, but apparently not.
Mitchell, that's right.
Roy, you're nice. You're nice. It's tough, man.
I'm assuming you guys can hear me again, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you guys can hear me. I'm talking about the folks in the chat.
Those guys.
Yeah. The
Y'all
folks
hear
that are
Dave?
watching on the channel.
TV is almost in the La Brea tar pits, and that's why you're seeing them start cracking down on YouTube and social media because they know they're losing all their attention. So just like the FAA does to our hobby, you're going to see the big conglomerate come into social media. What was free internet become throttled down, regulated, and all that horse shit too.
Yeah, but there's no RC channels on regular TV, so that shit sucks.
Nah, but it's in general. In general, what happens when the big guys move into the free space is so we're able to share this hobby out, right? We're able to share it and we're living in the economy of attention. Commerce is driven by eyeballs, seeing things happen. You, me, everybody here, everyone listening has the potential to have a channel broadcast from their basement. I mean, this is crazy.
I am in my basement.
So am I. And these companies, these big money companies that have been going, they're too big to fail. They've been going on like a dinosaur for years, and they're finally starting to get to the party and realize that this internet, social, is where it's at. And so they're going to start muscling in and making it tougher. There's going to be regulations. Things are going to get screwy.
It'll probably
so
end up
Farley,
like,
you're probably right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
it'll probably end up like China. They got no Google, nothing. It's all regulated.
Yeah, you have to use like the web browser and the operating system that is authorized by the Chinese government. It's a fucking
It won't be that
bullshit.
bad, but it's going to be pay to play.
Yeah.
Think about these streaming services and stuff. That's what we're competing with now. That's what it's going to end up being. It's not that crazy. I mean, look they've already, I think they saw it coming even a long time ago. I mean, everybody's after subscribers, right? The thing is that all it costs you is a click to subscribe to a YouTube channel right now. But if it was a magazine, you'd be paying, right? So I think eventually it's going to be like Mitchell said in the chat. It's going to be paid subscriptions probably. So everybody's audiences are going to get very small, but the communities people have are going to be super tight though because of it. I hope it doesn't ever happen. But you know, the irony of life for me is the minute I get going on something, they're going to mess it up and take away AdSense and everything else. You know what I mean? I mean, same thing with the COPPA stuff and cookies. Like I'm in the affiliate marketing business now. The whole thing is driven off of
Aces high, we're all in our undies. You don't want me to stand up right now, man.
I don't pay side either.
it's all cookies, it's all tags. So here we are now cracking down on how information is tracked and
It's hanging to
all
the
that kind of stuff. I mean, the same year that I actually get access to trackable data, affiliate links, tags, URLs, cookies, all this kind of stuff, which is how these companies know I sent you. And I mean, here we are in the land of let's figure it out and throttle it down. I mean, I just got to the party for goodness sakes. What's up, world? That's where we're at.
Yeah, I think it's freaking stupid that they're trying to regulate the crap out of everything. And, I used to not believe that it was like a money grab or whatever, but the more, I guess, the older I get, the more I realize that if no one's losing money, nobody cares.
I think
It's only when people start losing money that they start to regulate shit,
Money. They got too proud, too fast. They're charging big money for stuff that should be half the price. Verizon and Time Warner, they're getting all this kind of money for cable and TV, and they're just trying to find other avenues. That's all I'm saying.
Meanwhile, some places charge exorbitant rates for something while we're over here building brands for nothing.
Right.
So that's like too good to be true for long. I mean, that's I hate to say it, but I feel like that's what's going to end up being. This wild west of the internet is they're going to try to rein it in.
Dude, Mark Z,
I
what
don't
are
know
you smoking
because
over there, man? Are you smoking like a big fat blunt?
Smoking a cigar, a
All right.
Padron,
Is that Erectus?
almost
I
gone.
don't know. The politicians now seem to be living off the social media networks for their own re-elections. So I don't know how they'd prosper if they have to cut through the subscription issues.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so big now. It's gonna screw up stuff if they change it too much. I mean, you watch them when they take away the likes at Instagram, which they've done to some. Those people freak out. Now, some of these people already have an infrastructure underneath them. Some of these stars, celebrities, politicians, they're already made. Social's just another way for them to garner attention and keep it, and they have the money to pay to keep it when it becomes where you have to pay to play. We think it's cool that we can get monetized and make a tiny bit of money now, but how cool? What's it going to be like when you have to pay to play? There's going to be a lot less content to sift through. I mean, which it's just like the drone laws. It's like, yeah, okay, cool. Drone laws keep idiots out of the airspace.
Come on back, Fred. You have to turn the camera on.
Fireman.
Still, I would rather muddle through a bunch of stuff and keep it free.
Rich is tuning in on like multiple fucking camera angles now, man. He's getting like super high teching.
I don't know. I think the old social media might change where you can't hide behind, like me, fake names, Captain Erectus. When you go on the internet, you'll be who you are. You'll be I'm Paul Rolfe from Melbourne. But I think that they're going to start to regulate your own ID. So when you go on the internet, they know who you are, where you're going, what you're seeing. So that's the way they're going to tap into what you're doing, knowing who you are.
Yeah.
I think locking it down to subscriptions will just make it too too silo driven. They won't know who it is, where they are, what they're talking about. So open social media is greater access for people to see what they're doing, what they're looking at. So hopefully they won't lock it down to crazy click to pay system like Netflix, stuff like that. I don't think that will happen to YouTube.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, man.
For now, did you switch over to mobile? Are you guys going out on a call? He couldn't hear us. He didn't have his headphone in.
Now we can hear you.
Are you guys about to head out on call, Rich? Oh, I see what's going on. He's going back to his usual spot of
doing nothing.
Yeah, of doing nothing and sitting inside the engine, so he doesn't disturb all the people that are sleeping.
Yeah, so I don't get yelled at.
I want to know if you come down the pole. That's what I want to do.
Like, I would think that you've been with the fire department long enough that you gotta have some seniority there. Just kick a motherfucker in the dick. Tell him to shut the hell up.
I got a lot of seniority, but it doesn't cover that.
Hey man, I'm trying to sleep. Shut the fuck up, noob.
Mark, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, so Bill says, yeah, this is where it is. You know, people want to choose their own content to ingest. Just like how many of us were talking about we hardly watch TV, you know, anymore. Like if you do watch TV, you're getting on one of those services where you do get to pick what you want to watch, which if you're a streaming service and there's no YouTube, man, you've got a lot more people watching your stuff. Just think about how many people, it's crazy how many people are on YouTube, how much is uploaded every day. It's the second largest search engine in the world. So, I mean, the thing about these streaming services, they don't have that random thing that YouTube has where you can, I want to watch a cat play a piano, and I can find a freaking cat playing a piano, man.
You can too.
I could probably find a cat fixing a lawnmower if I searched it. You know what I mean, or something.
or you can find some dumbass guy in Georgia talking about RC planes.
You can find that too. But on the streaming stuff, you're limited to like the programs they make, and then the stuff they've reined in, and maybe some old TV and things. But you know, if you're these streaming services and your TV, you're losing your market share. You're looking at streaming services. One of your biggest competitors is YouTube. What's this YouTube magic? You know what I mean? Right. Magic is that it's everybody, you, me, anybody who wants to do it and has audacity in front of camera.
Yeah, now, I know that earlier you were talking about like losing AdSense revenue, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, what the fuck is AdSense? Like, I don't even know what that is.
Well, when you get monetized, you guys are all thinking about the live stream super chat stuff. But you're able to monetize the videos where people can, there's ads that, like if you watch my videos, there's ads, right?
Yeah, there's like an ad that plays in the front of the video, yeah.
Well, and I can put them in the middle too. And at the end, if they're 10-minute videos, I put them in the middle. They let me put them in the middle. I'm going to put them in the middle.
Yeah, and I think that's all based on length. That's what she said.
It's got to be 10 minutes.
Yeah. and I told you I used to have I had a YouTube video or a YouTube channel before this one where I was talking about like vape gear and crap like that. It was actually pretty successful and had, you know, about 10,000 subscribers in its heyday, and it was a monetized channel. I didn't make a ton of money, you know, but it was enough, you know, to buy me like something, you know. And the only thing that I ever want to do, my job pays me very well, and I'm very blessed. The only thing that I want to do with, you know, with monetization and super chats, you know, because I don't have like big companies backing me up, I want to be able to put out good content, and I want to be able to review new planes, and I want to be able to review, to do the high tech videos and the tutorials and the things like that people want to see, from me. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to. And I tell you, we're gaining popularity, Ryan.
Dave.
It's working out great.
The dream is not that far away.
What's up, Michael? What's up?
I don't mean to be prying, but did you get any more PayPal donations other than the one I gave you yesterday?
No, you were it, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That was awesome. Thank you so much.
I thought there might be a couple more.
Nope. And I'm not gonna sit here and like pound people to.
That's what I'm saying. I understand it.
Yeah, to donate to the channel or whatever. It's the same thing with super chats, and I get it. It's always gonna be a link that's in the description, and if people want to click on it, they want to donate a little bit of money to the cause. Man, donate. Shit.
It's like what I said yesterday. It's like when you guys and what Ryan do. You can't do it overnight. It takes time. It takes a lot of your time, and that's the part that you do.
Yeah.
If we can help you out doing it, help me out with more cameras or better cameras, that's the part we can do. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Two-way street.
that's the only thing that I'm ever going to do with any of that money that comes in is put it back into the channel. I mean, if this ever, I really don't see it happening. And of course, Ryan was probably saying this when he had, 160 subscribers.
Yeah, man, you got to crawl before you can walk. I mean, let's be real.
I
know
don't
what I mean?
ever see it happening, but if this ever got to a point where I didn't have to work anymore and all I could do was play with fucking planes all day, hell yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Planes and cars and boats and hoes and whatever. Sorry,
You
man.
guys have heard me say it.
I had to throw in a little bit of Step Brothers reference.
You guys have heard me say it before. I mean, it's my problem is I've been close enough. I've been close enough to where I was almost to be able to full-time do this, I'm better off anyway, but I'm actually not that far away now. And it's crazy. It makes you never relent. And the reason I'm where I'm at is because I'm batshit crazy, guys. I really have no idea what it took to hang on so long.
I hate the people in the chat that resent you for getting a free airplane to try out or free AC.
Most people behave. Most people are better than that. And I'll tell you why. Because the way I angle it all.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
It's us. Just like it doesn't matter what I talk about, how I fly, if there's not a camera on it. Same way it doesn't matter if no one's watching it. But also nobody would watch it if I didn't share and give crazy value, but it's all happened by mistake. I didn't set out 5 years ago, whatever. And it's 5 years ago from that company, but longer than that altogether. Magazine first, but I didn't set out and be like, hey, I'm going to be some internet dude who is an authority on the subject of these things. It just happened.
What I'm saying is for that 2-hour show what you do on Saturday, Ryan, you're probably good and putting on the minimum 10, 12 hours, 15 hours a week to set up for it. Okay? So you're
Say that again. I'm sorry.
For that 2-hour show you do on a Saturday, during the week you're doing 10, 15, maybe 20 hours to set up for it, whether it's filming or editing or whatever. It has a lot of time. I don't care who you are.
So,
you guys want to know what my schedule looks like?
So, Michael, before you get into it, Ryan, I just want to say I gotta address some of the comments in the chat because I know that Ryan's about to go on a fucking Hail Mary. He's about to fucking let us have it. But Jeff Toohey, you were asking what's the holdback on what I'm wanting to do, sponsorship. Look, man, my channel is young. It's very young. I've only been going for maybe a month and a half now. I'm blessed as hell to have 160 subscribers. I owe a lot of that to Dave's RC, to Ryan. These guys have been awesome in kind of, letting me get under their wings and putting me in the headwind while I'm taking off. You know what I'm saying? To have that many subscribers in such a short amount of time is a blessing, and I hope that it keeps going. Dave kind of kicked it off. I never had any aspirations to make a YouTube channel, but when I won that, I won a Bigfoot on Dave's RC's channel, and I was like, I'm going to work this thing up. I'm going to make a video about this Bigfoot. And I was like, I can make a video about this too. Guys, I can do this. I can make videos. I can do neat things. I've done it before in other product categories, not in RC planes, but I'm passionate about the hobby. Why the fuck not, man? Let's make some videos. Let's make it happen.
Do it.
Right. And I'm ready. If somebody wants to sponsor, a little bitty channel with 160 subscribers, yeah, fine, that's great. But there's other folks out there that are more deserving of your money today. So don't sponsor me. Sponsor somebody that's going to get you exposure. But I'll tell you, I won't put less effort into it because I only have 160 people. And when I have 2,000 people, those videos are still going to be on YouTube for folks to go and watch. So if you're watching and you want to, throw some dollars at little old Dave, man, send them to me. I'll work the shit up out of your plane.
It's a funny business because I've studied this hard, not just RC, but just the whole thing about online. Let's not get it twisted. So if Dave is going to do videos or I'm doing videos, what the world calls that is personal brand, these influencer marketing kind of stuff, which is all a bunch of buzzwords, but it's the truth. And so if you're gonna do the thing, in other niches, folks get paid. We're all such chumps for these planes that it's damn near impossible to get paid in this business because every swinging Johnson will do it for a plane.
Every swinging dick, Ryan, say it.
Every swinging Johnson will do it for a plane. And so the guys who are...
You're not on your channel right now, Ryan. You can
I know it. It doesn't matter. So you have to figure out how to get paid. I mean, right. I'm as close to pro as you... I mean, I feel like an asshole talking this way, but it's like...
Don't feel that way at all.
And I'm just now getting sponsored. You know what I mean? Like when I was doing it at Motion, it was a gig. Yeah, it looks like a sponsorship, but I mean, I held down their socials. I did their videos. I answered questions, I did customer service. Every fumble in social media I jumped on and before it festered into some bullshit. So I was working. There was a trade-off, labor, value, work. But after leaving, it's I'm in the mix with everybody else. And just fortunate to have folks who knew me already. But like I said, you never sit there at the beginning and you're now folks maybe do now because they've seen it's like Cliff Notes for how to be rock and roll famous. There's no like way to do that. Move to LA, get drunk. I don't know. You know what I mean? Meet a record producer, have a hot girlfriend, maybe get backstage. I don't know. There's no real prescribed method for success and stuff. But now there might be. So everybody's seen it. It's an accelerated learning program for learning how to fly the stuff as much as it is learning how to, have a channel and do a channel.
Right, let me ask you.
You talk to me, I don't hold back on the strategy.
Right, let me ask you. I know you got a wife and kids, you got to take care of a family, and you got a family business, whatever it's not Roto-Rooter, but the carpet cleaner business. How much time do you spend doing this during it? I want to hear more about your schedule, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How do you fit it all in?
Well,
yeah. Because that's when I said that Ryan's about to go on a fucking roll. Tell us what your schedule looks like, man.
Well, I want to talk about the passion part and expectations.
Oh, we know.
So if Dave, I'm just using you for an example. If Dave expects clout, expects subscribers, expects sponsorships, expects all this stuff, Dave's going to be,
Busy.
it might happen, but he's not going to enjoy himself as much as if any niche online, if you don't love it, it's not sustainable. You can't do it, because YouTubers that are full-time YouTubers, no matter what they're doing more than YouTube. They've got all this other social to support it, but they work their butts off. And it's always a roll of the dice because you never know what's going to happen. So because Dave's passionate about it, and he loves what he's doing and he likes it, and he does have some swag because of experience making videos in other arenas, he'll be able to do it. It's sustainable. Yes, you want subs, you want all that stuff. You would do. When you get your first free plane, you're going to write a letter home to mom about it. I mean, it's a big deal. You do that for 10 years, then you're writing home to mom about something else. It's a relationship with a company now that's serious or whatever. But my schedule, Rajka, here's the thing. We have buddies, Discover RC. Their tagline is never stop the RC. I never stop the RC. Now, because of cell phones and connectivity through these apps and social and all that, notifications turned on, I don't miss a trick. And anytime somebody engages with my content, I don't miss it. You know what I mean? And because I'm nuts. And I did that for Motion for 5 years, and they built this grassroots awesome culture there. It's real because you love it. So I work 6 days a week, but I always have my phone in my pocket. And if something's going on, if something's going off, I don't miss a trick. I can answer it. I can, I can't get my edits done during the daytime, but I can engage on social during the day.
Right.
I only get a fly like a half day Saturday, weather's shit, Sunday. There's a holiday this tomorrow, so I'm going to get out tomorrow. But otherwise, for years, I've only been able to get content made half day Saturday. If Saturday's a wash, I'll go for Sunday. Taking time for my family because I work 6 days a week. Edits, middle of the night. Forever now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, and look,
Forever.
my channel is young, and I'll tell you, I do my edits, and when I am doing an edit for a video, on that particular night, I'll be up till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll go to bed, get a couple hours sleep, and go to work.
Don't kill yourself.
You know,
But yeah, I know how it goes, bro. I'm telling you.
It's for the community. I'm not killing myself for nothing. Even if there's only 160 people watching, those 160 people, they want consistency. They want, there's a product, there's an expectation that I bring to the table for myself that I want to uphold. And now that when I first started doing this, I knew that we were already in talks to buy this house, right? So I knew what the projection looked like. And now that I'm kind of where I want to be, as far as my house goes, and as far as like a little bit of production value, not like, it's not like I have a crazy awesome studio, but I'm
That
doing
stuff doesn't matter.
things. No, it really doesn't, but it's the
obvious
things-
it doesn't matter.
Right. It's the
I mean-
little things that I bring to the table that I want to make my videos have a certain panache, if you will. Like, my videos are going to look different from other people's videos. If you tune into my channel, this is what you're going to get. If you tune into Ryan's, this is what you're going to get. If you tune into Dave's RC, you're going to see him sitting in his living room. Everybody's got a little bit of a different thing that they're bringing to the table. When you watch my videos, you're going to get something that's maybe a little more technical. So I'm even going into a sub niche within that niche, which is even more difficult to punch through.
How's the RC market over in the US? Because in Australia, it's you might say it's sort of come down a bit in the last 12 to 18 months, but I'm
Yeah,
not sure how America's taking off or doing the same.
I will let Ryan just go off on a tangent on that one because I think
Depends-
he's got much better detail about it than I
It
do.
depends who you ask. You know, it depends who you ask. When you talk to certain people, I mean, listen, anybody in business is always struggling in a way. But it always, to me, has sounded like doomsday from one side, and then as a consumer, I think it's as good as it's ever been because of the choices we have. But there's more competition. I mean, I think it's, maybe I'm just in la la land, but I mean, I think it's good. I think it's okay. I remember when there was some dry periods. I think there's so much good stuff to choose from. I don't even have to look at the stuff I think is shit.
I think the standard of the products coming out now are outstanding. I mean, there's no,
Yeah.
I mean, to say the quality of the products has gone down. I think it's more the fact that maybe economy-wise here in Australia, it's probably got a little bit cautious money-wise. Maybe that's had something to do with it. But
Well, things are getting more
Product-wise,
expensive. The products are becoming more advanced, which is raising their price as well as just regular old inflation and all. So, I mean, the old 2200 3S battery is now a 6S, battery for a lot of people. I mean, what was a 3S world for electric foamies went to 4S Warbirds, and then now there's a load of 6S planes out there. So now the planes that go around that kind of battery are all upwards money-wise what they used to be. So with that comes shipping charges as well.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that this hobby is not the only one. And I won't even call it a hobby. I'll just call it, general sales and product and availability in Australia.
Oh, Robert.
I've played guitar for years and years and years, and in the United States, what may be a $1,200 to $1,500 guitar may be a $3,000 guitar in Australia. Because of all the tariffs and shipping charges, man. You guys get the bad end of the deal, really.
we do. We get the shit end of the stick, correct?
You do.
Right.
Where, like for us, especially for we'll just go back to the guitar segment. Like a Gibson guitar that's made here in Nashville, Tennessee, that may cost me $2,500 to get. In Australia, that may be a $4,000 to $5,000 guitar in Australian dollars, and that's just crazy, man.
Well, the prices, I mean, luckily our sort of standard earnings here are a bit above the average, but the price isn't too bad. But I've been saying to Ryan on the chats on his live streams that the stock situation here has been the worst I've ever seen it in 3 years I've been flying. You just can't get anything. And a lot of the, I think a lot of the retailers who live off the Christmas sale peak periods have really suffered this year around, because everywhere you go, the flight fields, everyone's saying you just can't get anything anywhere in any shops. You can get them online, but even then you got to sometimes wait 2 or 3 weeks for it to be delivered. So it's an interesting paradigm how you go between sales and marketing. It's great to see new stuff come out, but then stuff has to actually make it out to the people that want to buy it.
Well, sounds like an opportunity to me.
What it sounds like is your sales directors suck ass, and your sales directors need to be able to understand the market in Australia and what the projected sales numbers are going to look like, so they can stock the right amount of numbers.
Caution. It's caution. It's the ripple effect from caution. These guys are nervous. I think the reason you see companies run out of stock on, especially new, let's just go with new releases. That's what people are paying attention to. That's what they're paying attention to. That's where the gamble, the roll of the dice, you're still waiting to see if it's going to pay off.
Oh, yeah.
They underestimate consistently the demand. And so with
Well,
that,
there's some
You're gonna-
conservatism with capitalism.
hold on a minute. Hold
you know
on.
what I
Hold
mean?
on. Hold on. With the I'm talking U.S. market because that's what I know.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but that translates if they're underestimating sales due to caution, here, yeah, you're even waiting longer in Australia to get stuff because they're going to fulfill parts and support to the folks who have them already and are also close to base, you know what I mean? Headquarters in Illinois next door to me, you know, I mean, it's depending on who you're talking to, but I mean, Motion and Horizon both are in Illinois and then Hobby Zones in Minnesota, but we're all, you know, where do you squeaky wheel gets the oil, right? And so they're stepping with trepidation. They're not ordering enough.
No,
and
they
then
can't get it.
they're
They
surprised.
can't get the product. The demand is there, but the U.S. market is absorbing every piece that comes over from China. They're not sending the product to Australia. The demand is there from the local guys, but the small shops there can't get in ahead of a Motion or a Hobby or Horizon Hobby.
And maybe that's a problem, you know, maybe that's a problem with not necessarily the U.S. marketing folks. And honestly, I don't know if Motion has an Australian, and Ryan, you would know this, if Motion even has anybody in Australia looking at those numbers.
You
They
know,
have somebody in Europe now.
there's Europe now, and there used to just be United States. I'm the one who got them to open up to Slovenia because of these guys right here. No shit.
Oh, that's not surprising.
You know, I was like, you know, because the reason at first was it's so funny where credit fraud comes from sometimes. So, but I was like, yeah, no, these guys are flying planes. You got to open it up. But what was the question? I don't know exactly the answer to it.
I think it's a production problem. The factories over there can only make so many because when Horizon or Motion comes out or Freewing comes out with the new model, they're sold out. They're right here in the U.S. and whoever orders them.
Nail on the head.
So it's production capacity. Companies that are shutting down and moving other places to Vietnam or wherever else from China because they're worried about the trade wars and deficits here. So it's production that's the problem. To put out that kind of quality, they're not able to put out the numbers and still support all their past products too.
I think you've hit the nail with the production. I think the production has stayed the same when the hobby's taken off, and they
because
can't meet the demand.
The demand is obviously there in Australia because if you say everybody's asking around, who has it? Where can I get it? Where can I get it? Demand is strong.
And they're just as hungry for new stuff. I mean, Australia's the same. We like new products. We like good new products.
Yeah.
And this
So it
is why
sounds to me
Ryan's
there
channels.
needs to be a consortium over in Australia to a group of people to get together to go over to wherever, get a factory going and start bringing products solely for Australia.
Right.
Fortunately, I don't know much about the people who look after all the distribution, the wholesalers. I know it's broken out quite considerably over the last 18 months. The main wholesaler or importer went bust, and they all broke out into different companies to support those manufacturers coming to Australia. But since that time, it's really gone downhill as far as availability of stock.
Don't sell it short that the prices keep climbing like they're climbing. You're going to be able to set up a shop and make a pretty good living making this stuff right here in the USA. Don't sell that short. Don't think that can't happen.
Nothing can't happen. You make it happen. Yep, correct.
Yeah, and Captain Erectus, and you know, I almost feel bad for saying that as your name because it just sounds phallic, and maybe that's intentional.
I just like to keep my planes up. That's it. That's what it all means.
Me too, my man. Me too.
Love it.
Nothing else.
Love it.
Nothing else.
So, yeah, the one thing that I was gonna say, and this is kind of tongue in cheek, but you can, I mean, you can blame Ryan on all of that, because the amount of sales and production that we were doing, or the motion, that Flightline and freaking Freewing, same company, but the amount of production that they were doing, now they've got to step it up because Ryan has been making these videos and exposing their product to a wider audience, and now everybody wants those freaking planes. And you can totally blame that guy for you guys getting fucked in Australia.
Sorry.
Now that's funny.
It's
we were fucked a long time ago. Nothing's changed. So.
that's so funny.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I tell you, I mean, every time we made a video, like the guys were cussing me out because they got to get it. It's still that way. But it's everybody has that same potential. I told it just takes one guy you like having fun with something or teaching you something. It ain't about me, man. It's I like to think it is probably a little bit, but it ain't. It's about somebody having a good time that you believe. You believe them. I remember watching Pilot Robert fly that Cessna 150. He wasn't doing crazy shit. He's doing some slow passes. I was like, dang, I want that. Victor Shamulis's kid, I was looking at the P-39. The thing is, too, if you're already looking at videos, you already want it. So it's an easy sell. Like, you already want a P-39, you watch and you grease one in, but boy, hey, click that button. But,
I think,
the same thing happened for me, too, though. I watched Victor Shamulis's kid grease in the P-39. This kid doesn't have a channel. He flies with his dad sometime. It doesn't matter who it is. That's all I'm saying. Everybody's got the same potential to drive sales. And the whole thing about sharing this stuff out on social and doing it well is good for the business. And the better the business does, the more you can blame me for shit in Australia. But it's great. We're getting choices, man. Look at this. I mean, SU-30, what the hell? You know what I mean? It's crazy. Some of the weird stuff we've seen lately, it's amazing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think with Roberts and Blight's channel, I mean, I think that's a lot of entertainment as well. They have a good chemistry and how they present their videos. I don't go out and buy everything they obviously put on a YouTube video, but I think there's a chemistry there. And I think, Ryan, you sell yourself short. You have a bit of a chemistry there behind the camera. You create a vibe behind the screen. So I think that's important to any channel. I started in this hobby 3 years ago, and I started with Bruce Simpson on RC Reviews. The guy had so much knowledge, and when you're new into the hobby, the first place you go is to learn something. Where do you go to learn? Tutorials and knowing step by step how to make this work, how to make it fly.
That stuff is huge, and I talk to my new guys about it all the time. Not everybody's got the wherewithal to take that advice to heart, but like Dave, he got on my radar because he did a good video on the linkage setup in a geometry issue with the elevator on the F-18 from Freewing. Not everybody does those videos, right?
That airplane right there.
So
right
the
there.
value proposition is huge. Just like when Mary Boozer was really new at this thing, and I'm talking to him, and I'm like, listen, I know you're a stud, so am I, but guys want to know where you put your battery and how you set your throws. It's a point of reference. It's a value thing. And because I learned a whole lot of, it's so funny. I really didn't study YouTube or social media until I was leaving the company I was at for 5 years doing it. It's hilarious. But you get outside of your tunnel vision of what
backwards, Ryan. I'm just saying.
You get out of your tunnel vision of what you love, and you see how these things work. So I'm shopping for a camera. Well, I go look at camera videos, right? Somebody who shills everything he touches, I don't believe that guy at all.
Mhm.
But somebody who shows me how to work it, honestly gives me pros and cons, is also maybe fun to watch and extremely handsome. I'm just kidding. I'm kind of talking cheeky about myself. I'm not handsome. I'm just cheeky. But same thing, man.
Honesty is the best policy.
With the like, I'm looking at trucks lately. I've been into trucks, and I'm like a newbie. So here's a guy who's like got some clout, but I'm like a newbie. It depends on what I'm looking at. Cameras, trucks. So I'm the same guy. I gravitate towards those truck channels where I see what I want to see. I want to see either them air it out and see if that product can take it. What are they doing to make it take it? And then once I've made my decision or calmed down about purchases or things, I'm going to come alongside the guy who's actually going to take the time to lift the lid off, show me how to fix what broke or whatever like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the value proposition, because most guys who make videos in RC are just like the rest of us. We have regular jobs. We're squeezing it in. They're only taking videos for posterity. The guys who make videos for people who watch them do extremely well because no one's thinking that way.
Yeah, well, I think you're right, because 90% of the stuff I watch on YouTube for RC is tutorials, how to do this, how to do that. The rest of it's entertainment, new products coming out in the future. But tutorials is...
How solid is the feeling when you find somebody who gives you the goods in the tutorial way? Man,
Yeah, like
you're
the
hooked.
Papa Dots and the painting, right?
You're hooked.
Yeah.
The first thing you'll do, if they solve your problem, you'll subscribe and you give them a tick.
For life. Like, you know how many people thank me on the how to do the foam repair video or stuff that seems really, it's not glamorous at all. How to set up a gyro, how to do this or whatever. But those things
it's like an autopsy in reverse, those repairs. You know, it's quite a big job, but it gets there.
Yeah, but it's a great video and no one else is doing them. And that's the conversations I was having with Dave Marshall here. I was like, you did a value video is why I noticed you. There's so many guys that just make videos, whatever, cool. But most of the guys don't talk to you when they're flying. So I want to know what somebody's seeing, what they're thinking, what they're reading from the plane, what that plane needs. Hey, I'm just like y'all. If somebody flew before I did, I want to know where they put their battery too. I always would ask the other early adopters, what'd you think of the rates? And it always pissed me off when they say, well, I just do what I do because I'm such a badass. No, man, you're one of the first guys to get this product. You need to set it up by the book and go from there. The book is not the golden rule you got to stick to, but it's
a starting point.
You don't know your place. It is a starting point. You don't know your place and your value if you're too cool to go for the book. We tweak the book, we deviate, whatever, but it's a platform to leap from that gives that knowledge and shares that experience with everybody. That's the shit that wins in this video stuff. And if Dave dives in and does these videos that aren't glamorous, but he's extremely well suited to do, he's going to grow faster than the guy who's just throwing a hat cam on and pissing around.
That's right.
Because he's putting in the work and he's making videos for an audience, not just posterity.
That's right. An audience. The audience is what you do it for. What else would you do it? Why else would you do it?
Well,
You got to do. I mean, obviously, we like making videos. It's also it has to stem from us initially. I mean, let's not be complete. We're not altruists here. You know what I'm saying? We like what we're doing. There's something we like about it, or we wouldn't do it. Some guys, why do you start learning how to play music? Is it always because you really love music and like guitar, or is it because you get laid?
They say everybody that runs for president is a bit of a pompous ass. Yeah.
There's something there. Let's not fudge.
But being able to cross over to give the instructional videos, right? And still then, I don't know if that's going to be me or not. Hold on.
Take us with you, fireman. Take us with you, Rich.
There's 911 over there, right?
Yeah, I'll try it. Hold on, let me get my phone.
That's
It's
crazy.
there.
Every time that happens, man, I get like so into it. It's so intense.
Yeah, I know.
Mate, he can start up his own YouTube channel just like this, just taking
Yeah.
911
Yeah,
call.
take me out on a freaking live 911 call, man. How badass would that be?
I want to ride on the truck and ring the bell.
How are you?
Hell yeah, I want to ride on the truck.
I had to turn the lights on already.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, if they don't cancel us out of the box, sir.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Jackson's right, man. I mean, everybody's got their own way. That's the thing too, because I talked to some guys, and I know some guys will get really upset about who's first or whatever like that with the product, and it's like it doesn't matter because
Don't hear anything.
people have their own way of doing things.
No, Ryan, you're right. And like next week, I'm going to be putting out a Havoc video for a plane that's been out for months. And I'll tell you right now, my most watched video is my review of these two little bitty planes back here that had been out for about 6 months before I released that video. It is the most popular video on my channel by double the second place video.
Think about second waves of things, right? So these things were released, and then all the usual suspects. I did that F-16. I mean, all the usual suspects did it. There's an initial wave. Like with the Carbon ZT-28, they re-released it, right? Well, those old videos had a lot of views, but they didn't get a lot of new views when that Carbon ZT-28 came out. I re-released, I smashed up old footage and put out a new video when they announced that. And because it was new, it did nuts. So like months later, doing the Havoc, it's still not bad because YouTube likes new. There's all kinds of weird things that trigger this stuff, and there can be 100 videos of that Havoc out that have from bigger channels, more views, and all that stuff than you.
Check out Rich, everybody.
But
YouTube likes crashes as well.
yeah, but folks are going to watch that.
Look, I'm trying not to wreck my
Thanks.
Havoc, but it might happen. It might happen.
You guys hear me?
I got more views on a
Yeah,
On
we
a-
can hear you.
camera mod and the door on the jet. It's just a modification.
Yeah.
And it blew me away that I've got that many views on it's a XK X520 jet. And I've done some modifications to the camera and the battery door, and it just blowed up. My Wildcat,
We're live on the call, Rich.
F4L, Wildcat.
Look,
Is
is
there a
there
lot
a
of
way for
reviews?
me to like blow Rich up to full screen and y'all bitches can just suck it? Your faces aren't gonna be seen.
I don't know. Pretty neat.
There we go. So we
Is this
can
what
still
the-
hear
is
all
this
you
what
guys.
fo-
You at work, Jeff Toohey?
No.
So Jeff, Ryan's been, going on the exact tangent that I expected him and wanted him to go down. So thank you, Ryan, for doing that. But Jeff, I noticed that you joined the Zoom. Thank you for joining the Zoom. Don't show your bottom half, please. No.
It's naked. Hey, it's New Year's. Hey. No. Oh no.
Crazy.
Sorry, guys. I just have to highlight this video of of Rich. You know, for the folks that are on the YouTube channel, Rich is taking us on a 911 call right now. For y'all that didn't know, Fireman is an actual fireman. And he is on a 911 call right now. And that's what we're watching on the video. So this is like a fucking live cops fire truck video. This is badass.
It's like film at 11, ladies and gentlemen.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
This is
He's in Kansas
badass.
City.
You need that Bad Boys music going in the background.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
What you gonna do when they come for you? Sneeze.
That's right.
What's gonna do when they come for you?
That is a big ass warehouse. Is that where the fire is, Rich?
I don't see any flames. I think it should all be
Well, if it's a car accident or
There's a
something,
railroad
and
yard.
somebody's hurt, just be ready to cut away.
Yeah. I'm not gonna like.
a railroad yard.
I don't think that Rich would continue showing that.
Yeah.
But this is a first. I've never spent my New Year's Day on a live stream chat watching a fireman going on off to a car accident.
You never know what you're gonna get on the RC Air Marshal YouTube channel.
That's what makes it fun.
False alarm.
Oh,
With burnt popcorn.
Yeah, you
Are
are.
you,
Sorry,
oh.
burnt popcorn.
are you already back at the station?
it was probably burnt popcorn watching you.
You had us all worked up.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
All right.
That was great.
it happens.
All right, you no longer get to be the cool guy.
Burnt popcorn stinks, man.
It really does. It smells like some burnt ass shit.
It's rough.
if it's burnt sushi, just show them the straight jacket, right?
There you go.
Kansas City's finest.
I feel safe if I was in Kansas City.
You were sleeping good, huh? Yeah.
You know, hear
You
my
sleeping
damn
good?
dogs
You were
like,
We're gonna have to pitch in and give him a body camera.
All right, guys, it's 2020. It's my last one. Then I'm out.
Yeah, what's the deal with you guys in these fucking sea lights?
What's the deal with us and what?
The sea lights on your fucking ambulance.
What?
We're gonna pull them back into the garage.
What lights on my ambulance?
The ambulance.
I want you to- It's
Yeah.
2020,
And they
guys.
said smoke and fire. I thought we were gonna get something.
Oh, Rich must be bitching at somebody.
He's talking to his other, because everybody's up now. They just had to go.
Y'all, I gotta fuck with my remote for my cool LED, my little LED halo. That shit is fucking cool.
They gotta re-grease the fire pole now.
Need some more medicine. I'll be back.
Hey Ryan,
Yeah.
when are they gonna come out with that new model?
Hey, baby.
It's the 9th of January.
Yep.
Baby.
Nine?
Come here.
Yep.
What
9.
is this? Jeff Tooey's about to get some smooches from something. A dog, a child,
New Year's.
a wife.
No,
Go
no,
with
no.
the dog, Jeff.
No.
Let's see him.
A blow up doll. What the fuck is he about to
All
start
right, yeah,
kissing on?
yeah. Well,
Yo, you got me. You caught the tater.
Yeah, the 9th, man, and then Friday for motion. And then not too far, little secret that I can say.
Dynam is coming out with a new model.
Hobby Zone. Arrows.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm really impressed with this little Bigfoot, man. I was not expecting to be impressed with that plane at all.
I'm telling you guys, it's the
And-
DNA in those things. They're solid. They're good products for ridiculously cheap.
Absolutely, that Bigfoot for anybody that's even remotely interested in a little high wing bush plane, you know, it doesn't have like the sweet articulating gear that the Timber has, which is kind of a piece of shit anyway, if you ask me. The Bigfoot
More substantial.
The Bigfoot's a great plane.
Dude,
It's
it's
built
all
better.
it's FMS stuff.
Yeah, the Bigfoot
It's solid.
is molded awesome. It doesn't have like that cheap ass foam, like your horizontal and vertical stabilizers are not that cheap ass little like 1 millimeter foam slit thing that
1 bead thick,
yeah, that's just fucking trash.
curvy.
Like, the vertical and horizontal stabs on the Bigfoot are like substantial. They've got
It's a plain
airfoil.
to have. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, they've got airfoil to them. It's a great plane, guys. So, you know, watch out for Arrows RC. Those guys, that's the real deal.
Well, I'll have the next new one from them too.
I would pick
Send
it
me
up,
one.
but I already got a big Super Cub.
Yeah, no, it's so what about the releases lately? I'll just say this. The ones coming up. Obviously, we know the free wing thing's a jet.
Yep.
So it's the other two kind of, you know, to think about. So the jet's covered. And then the other two are gonna, I'll just say this.
They're
None of
gonna
them,
fly in the air.
well,
that's
none
what
of them are
Ryan's gonna do.
competing. None of them are competing, which that's kind of nice.
Are they different?
Well, yeah, like it's not 3 jets coming out.
Okay, right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You know what I
Oh.
mean?
Yeah.
I've said too much already,
Yeah.
but that's cool though. So there's gonna be, if the jet doesn't hit you, and this thing doesn't hit you, and that thing doesn't hit you, well, I don't know what to tell you, but one of them ought to.
So what you're saying is that if I'm a fan of bush planes, 2020 is gonna be a good year.
Yeah, I mean, what'd you guys think about that 1800 millimeter Ranger?
I love the Ranger.
What do you think about the and the Ranger?
And the
Rangers.
Beaver, I like the Beaver better than the Ranger. I'm not gonna lie. The 2000
Okay.
Beaver is even better than the Ranger.
2000 millimeter Beaver, but it's 6 cell.
I don't care. That's a
18
big, beautiful bird.
1800 millimeter Ranger, still dope.
I like that.
For
No,
sale.
what is that FMS P18? plane.
The Super Cub, what about it?
I just love that plane. I think it's a great plane. You don't know much about it.
It's a great plane. 1700 millimeter. That's my favorite Cub.
It's a great plane.
It is my favorite Cub. That's another one of those ones that I hated giving to Mike, but he wanted it.
I
And I'll
got
tell
the
you,
old Hobby Zone Super Cub LP.
Oh yeah, you got that one?
Yeah, got the old one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hot rod it.
That used to be the plane of choice for people learning forever.
I
And
love
I'll
it
tell
to
you-
death.
Great flyer. That big Cessna I got. That's my go-to plane. I love that plane.
like I don't like Cubs. That's just me personally. I don't like Cubs.
It's un-American.
It is un-American. I prefer a Cessna airframe. So for me, you know, when the Bigfoot came out, that made sense to me. I like the Cessna 150. So when the Bigfoot came out, that's what I want. I don't want a Cub. I want a Cessna airframe.
I got T20 coming out in back order. I haven't tried that yet. The big T20.
But if you like the Warbirds, wouldn't you want to start out with a cub so you can learn with the tail dragger?
Well, no, and that's the thing. Like there are real Cessnas out there that are in a tail dragger configuration, so you don't have to go. And look, on my channel last night, I'll tell you right now, one of, I believe, the absolute best, period, hands down, full stop, the best tail dragger trainer on the freaking planet right now. Like, if the same way we always talk about like EDF jets. I want to get into EDF jets. What's the best thing for me to get into? I want to get into tail draggers. I want to get into warbirds. I want to learn how to take off tail draggers and land tail draggers and be a better tail dragger pilot. What do I need to get? You need to get the E-Flight Commander MPD. It is the best freaking plane, hands down, the best plane. It flies so good, and it still has all the tail dragger characteristics that you need to learn to be really good at warbirds. Get you an E-Flight Commander MPD. That is an awesome, awesome plane. They haven't discontinued it yet, so get one while you can. They're $199. Man, for that money, and that's for the bind and fly model.
Hey y'all.
You know, $199 for the bind and fly model.
Hey,
That's
Amy.
a great price.
I think that's time.
My kids want me to go get more beer.
Yeah, that's
But
awesome.
I'm thinking like,
Sorry, I had to push.
I'm
I
sorry.
had to push more. Horizon Hobby stuff real
They
quick.
can't hear
I don't get
me.
paid by anyone.
no,
But
we
I'll
don't
tell you
get
right
paid
now,
by anyone.
that Commander MPD is an amazing tail dragger trainer.
This was
to
my
get
little
into
trainer.
warbirds.
I
What
don't
is
know.
that, Randy?
Question.
It's F949. That's free channel.
Oh wait, how do I type?
Is it the
Where
Hobby Eagle or
It's-
something
I
like that?
think it's WL
Everybody
Toy.
knows who you are.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's what I learned how to fly with.
Yeah.
Little
I've
free
seen those-
channel plane.
I've seen those fly good. They're pretty good
Stop, you're
flyers.
making me fuck up.
If you get it trimmed out, it
No.
flies pretty good.
Just flies on rudder, yeah? Rudder and elevator.
Rudder, elevator.
Yeah.
But back to Jeff Toohey's comment, I just gotta kind of agree. I don't know where he went, but
Private Ryan, you have like the most distinguishable voice.
Pilot Ryan,
Pilot.
not Private Ryan.
Private Pilot Ryan, you have the most distinguishable voice.
You just bought him a new nickname. I'm sorry.
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
My rifle and this is my gun.
That's funny. Well, thank you. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe I was born with it. I don't know.
You were born with it because you're fucking awesome.
You're nice. Hey,
Your
Jeff.
voice is freaking like, you need to have like one of those Ron Burgundy podcasts like things on
I think what she
Ron
said.
Burgundy.
iHeartRadio.
You have a face for
to me,
radio.
Your
to
voice
me,
is
That's what
fucking
she's saying.
odd. Yeah, you have a voice for radio.
You have a face for radio.
Well, that-
He has a
Ryan.
face for radio.
You have
Ryan,
a
your
very,
Very
voice.
nice thing to say.
you have a very
Promise.
kind, friendly face. I would talk to you in a bar. I'd be like, hey, what?
See, Ryan,
Let's
you
talk
missed
about
out. She
some-
talked to me at a bar first.
Hey, I have that
Actually,
effect on
you blew me
people.
off for
Let me
a girl
get
named
up.
Cheryl
Is it?
who had moral
Stop it. I
black
gotta
luster
get up.
hair.
I have to get up.
You gotta pee?
But
Yes.
I don't want to leave Jeff hanging. So like,
Oh yeah.
she should come back. She's nice. Jeff,
Coming back.
She's taking
anything
over
to
for
get tail dragger time is gonna be good.
Tell
know
Dragger
what I mean?
time.
Tail dragger time, either from a Cub or a Cessna Bush plane,
Trail time?
the commander, like Dave was saying. If somebody's wanting to move up on the warbirds, tail dragger, no matter how you get that time, is going to be beneficial. I got to tell you this because I could kind of see where Jeff's head was at. When I was first learning how to fly, it was all warbirds for me. And so I was wanting to train myself to fly the warbirds just like my heroes, the pilots of World War II did.
Yeah.
So the first planes I was looking for to buy, it wasn't a Cessna. It was a PT-17. It was a PT-19. It was that stuff. And then a T-6. And then I wanted to do it just like they did. You know what I mean? You don't need to in the model world.
Ryan, talking about voices, Ryan, it's got a resemblance of Jack Nicholson with a slight bit
No,
of
I'm
helium in
listening
there.
to like what you're saying. I'm trying to like, you know, like, yeah, like, I mean, people who are thinking about flying, they don't want to think about flying a Cessna. They want to fly like some badass, like, you know.
Oh,
I
come
want
on.
to fly an Avanti first, but that ain't gonna happen. Like, that shit's not gonna happen. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm a little tipsy.
They're
Just let
they're
you guys
cool. I
know.
mean, hey, anybody who's flown a Cessna, I mean, they may not be much to look at, but they really do fly nice. But the guys who are coming at aviation from a warbird state of mind, they
Right.
might appreciate that golden age stuff, like the Cub airframe or an Aranca Champ or one of those more vintage birds. You know, to get their tail dragger time. Especially if you're going to take that line of logic like I was at the beginning, the Cessna didn't fit in there. It needed to be a Cub or a Stinson or, you know, something like that.
Ryan, I'll be honest with you, I don't care about tricycle wheels at all.
Really?
Yeah, I don't care for them.
I didn't forever, but I learned to really like them once I did a couple wheelies.
Well, I fly off the grass and they just don't
Like
work for me.
dog fighting, that's like I want to know how to do all that crazy.
I can
I
get
want
the
to
tail
dog fight. I
draggers
don't
up
wanna
on
just
grass
fly in
and
a
fly
square.
them
I
and
want
land
to
them
dog
good.
fight. I want to be like, you know, Top Gun-ish.
Yeah, man, dog fight. Randy, I hear you. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you're flying off grass, you'll be fixing a lot of nose wheels, you know?
I'd probably be nose down in the ground somewhere, but
If somebody comes to me and asks me, what do I start out with? What I know now, hands down, I go a Timber and a DX6. That's just start out with.
Yeah.
Mine. That's what I start out with. Then I would start with the Apprentice, and that shit radio comes with. And you know, go over to the Timber. It's a great flying plane, a DX6, and you're set for a few more planes after that. That's all I'm saying.
That's right. No, it's not bad. There's so many good choices now.
It might be your first plane and last plane, is what I'm saying.
I feel like for a while in the hobby, there was so little in the way of choice.
Right.
That everybody's answer to the trainer question was the same.
Yep.
Forever, it was that LP Hobby Zone Cub. And then if it was a Warbird guy, it was that 1100 millimeter Trojan with the Depron tail from it was still Park Zone.
I would say right now the Bigfoot is the best choice for the money for a
Oh
trainer.
yeah, totally.
It's got navigation lights, it's got flaps, everything you need.
It is cool. The one thing that the Timber gives it a little benefit edge is I think the Timber's got a bigger wing and it's a little lighter on the wing loading. Not to mention it comes with the the AS3 technology. So because of that, it's more appealing to the folks who are going to go Spectrum. But like anybody can handle. If anybody can handle the Timber, they can handle the Bigfoot.
Oh, definitely.
It's a solid plane. It really is a nice bird. The Timber does a little bit feel. I'm actually really glad to see what's coming from E-flite lately because some of those planes are so easy to fly. They really felt very beginnerish. So that we're seeing some kind of badass planes now and jets, stuff that's not super beginnerish is actually super exciting to me. They're taking, if you think about the culture and the way they've always stepped with the beginner in mind.
That's a cool one.
okay, speaking of beginners, I just took a shot, but you're talking about beginners. Like, I want to know, okay, what do I need to, well, there's so much, because I know, like, I've tried it on, like, expert level. Like, what's the biggest fuck up that could happen when I do my maiden flight?
Crashing.
So what do you guys have over there? You got a Timber or are you going to go with the Bigfoot?
We have a Bigfoot, don't we?
We have
Yeah.
a Bigfoot, we have
So
an Apprentice.
Dave's
have a
probably
Bigfoot
going to
and
put
an Apprentice.
the AS3X and the safe in there. So you'll be good to go. He'll be able to make it where
This guy right here, are you smoking THC?
No.
I just asking because like that looks pretty cool. Okay, so if we're flying, what did you
Otherwise,
say?
pass it around.
I actually found some, y'all.
Puff, puff, give.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not gonna talk anymore about that. But anyway,
Hookah.
Hookah.
So I want to
I
get.
had the vodka from the 18-year-olds. They're the one who want me to go to the store and get more beer.
Our kids want us to go
Go
and
to
get
the
more
store and
beer.
get more beer.
Scoot over,
Okay, so he
Ham.
was saying like the maiden flight, like
So look,
Um,
we've got real flight.
no, they were having a conversation about something, and I totally took them down another rabbit hole. Private Ryan,
Pilot.
you go. Private pilot Ryan, you go
No,
for
just
it.
pilot Ryan.
No, it's private pilot to me,
It's not.
but it is.
It's whatever she wants it to be.
You're now private pilot Ryan.
Yeah, that's right, Michael.
Saving Private Ryan.
Okay, proceed. You have a good. You need to have your own show, like on, because you have that voice.
He has his own show.
Yeah, I know, but like he should be like on like daytime radio. Like I will listen to you on the
See,
way
we
to
were
work
right
and be
about the
like,
radio. Right.
This dude is fucking cool. Like I want to hear that voice. Do you do that for a living?
He wants to.
I mean, kind of, sort of. It's funny.
Do you do that for a living?
Not radio, but video.
You should
Well,
do that
okay.
ASMR.
Oh yeah.
If I owned a radio station, I
I'm
would
just
have
saying, you
to
got
be like the morning
already
guy.
made market right there.
Like wake up with Ryan in the morning. Like bitches, you gotta get an RC airplane.
There you go.
Oh yeah, the
That's a-
traffic is backed up on 85. Don't fucking go that way.
But
It's a
fly an
good
airplane.
venue for you,
Yeah,
Ryan.
but just fly a fucking airplane over it. I don't know all these people.
Thanks
who
for
are like,
tuning in to the
"Oh, there's,
Pilot
like,
Ryan
guys."
Media YouTube channel.
I thought it
Don't
was
fucking
just
take
dudes
No,
that
all
are
these
evil.
people
It's
are
crazy
talking
this
to us
morning.
right now.
Okay. So earlier I tried to take a shot with the
You
cat
don't.
salon.
You don't. Oh my God. It's New Year's Day,
It's wrong.
people.
Who fucking
It's
cares?
2 in the morning for
It
me.
is. It's
My wife just, she likes to party.
I don't like. Okay, like I do like to go to strip clubs and laugh at the strippers, but like that's just like an old pastime. I just like to laugh at them. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Private Ryan, proceed. Go with your. Okay, the first
Pilot.
thing, the pilot, Ryan. The big thing, the first thing I need to fly is probably what, the Bigfoot?
The Apprentice.
The Apprentice.
We have an
Oh
Apprentice.
yeah.
He looks
You got
like
the
he's getting
yeah.
beside
You got the
me.
mini one or the big one?
We got the big Apprentice, 1500.
Nice. Yeah. No, that's a great choice. And as soon as you can, get her out of the beginner and intermediate.
Yep.
Have I done intermediate on?
No, so far, like, we have Real Flight 8, and she's flown the Apprentice, and you've seen this on YouTube. She's flown the Apprentice on safe.
Yeah, but I had it on beginner mode and I thought it was on
Right.
intermediate mode, so I was kind of like trying to, you know how you like go back and forth when your movement.
Jackson, we're getting crazy down here. My wife has stepped in, and she took over,
I'm sorry.
and that's what happened.
Look, I was trying to get away from the 18-year-olds upstairs. They're trying to make me to go get more
You can't go get them
and I'm
more
drunk.
beer.
I can't do that.
No.
I'm like,
Yeah,
I
they might.
drive, like,
No.
Just be careful. The popcorn might be burning upstairs, right?
That's right.
He's ours.
Okay, so like they're gonna start paying rent, and she's gonna stay here because that's the best place
forever and
for
ever?
her. It's the best place for her,
Oh,
but they
God.
gotta pay $200 a month in rent.
200?
So Ryan,
Do you,
Yes.
did
If you
see
could
what the
only
mortgage
pick
payment is
one.
on this house?
would you go Bigfoot or would you go timber?
We don't have to worry about that. Like,
Neither.
Are you flying Spectrum?
Yes, I am.
yeah, we're doing
Do
Spectrum.
you like
right?
the
He's
Spectrum
talking to someone
stuff?
else.
Oh, sorry.
So far,
Are you willing to program a receiver?
I believe so. Yes.
Dave can show you how to do it. So I mean, honestly, man, I kind of lean towards the Bigfoot, but I mean the Timber's still a solid winner if you want to be like ready to rock right away. Comes with the receiver, all that good stuff. Now, do you fly without AS3X also?
Not yet. No.
Okay, so you like that then, for sure. Like,
I don't want to.
Man,
So
I mean the timber comes with float, which is cool.
yeah, so Ryan, what I would say is AS3X and Safe are way different animals.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
just because you have
don't know.
AS3X doesn't necessarily mean
crazy.
that model is easier to fly. But Safe, you
Hi-
know, is definitely
hi,
going to
Jeff
make it easier to fly.
Trudy. Hi,
Well,
Jeff
AS3X
Trudy.
definitely
Welcome to the
makes
Split,
things easier to
aka
fly.
Hello.
Trudy, and
Say-
Inspired
Happy New Year.
Male
You
25.
Same
You got to understand that safe is just limits and banks and stuff. Your gyro's gonna stay on all the time. You flip your safe off,
Yeah.
your gyro's still gonna work. It'll help stabilize the
Oh,
plane.
baby.
But Dave can program it where you can use it in 3 modes instead of 2 modes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So we lost him, didn't we? Where'd he go?
No,
Can't hear him.
I'm still here. It's just
What we lose?
I
Poor
can
lighting.
see
Oh, okay. Okay.
Rufy,
Yeah, man,
13, Randy.
You know what? It's you can't go wrong with either one. You just have to go with looks. I think I kind of do like the articulating landing gear on the timber, but I mean I'm close to the people that sell the Bigfoot. I think the Bigfoot's nice. I like it. I think the tires are pretty hard. Dave said so in his video, but I kind of like the looks of the Bigfoot better.
Was that the
They
one that
are.
made it?
I like the looks of the Bigfoot better. I
Wait,
think
wait.
that it's a more scale aircraft. But
that the one we
the
made
big, yeah. The
I like the
Bigfoot
wheels.
has
I
those
thought,
big bagel
yeah,
donut
they
wheels,
have the-
and they're hard as shit.
So maybe if they were just a little, maybe not squishier, but just
No, I think squishier is the right word. I
maybe
think if
so.
they were, if
Like
they were a
Stat
more
Witness
foam,
that made in flight, like a little more foam, like
Like,
they
right,
would
out of the box.
it
it-
bounce a little bit easier because it was like flying all over
Easiest.
when it was
Yeah.
landing. But that's the only thing. Like it flew beautifully. It was fun to watch. It was cool. I really enjoyed watching that one go up for its main
Yeah.
flight. Like
yeah, the
that was
Bigfoot
really nice.
is a great
Yes,
flyer,
the
and I'll
Blake-
tell you,
yeah,
the
it
nice
was really
thing.
fun to watch.
The nice thing about the Bigfoot is it's exceptionally, aerobatic.
It's beautiful too.
It's a
like,
really great
you know,
aerobatic
it's kind of
airplane
sexy a little bit.
for
like,
a high wing plane.
yeah, it really is. I thought it was pretty sexy. And I don't usually like how I like
No
more
rest
stuff
for
like
the
the
wicked.
Amati and the Blue Angel, like, but
on the
that
road again.
I really like that. It was pretty hot. So, I mean,
That's the outsider's perspective, guys.
that did I sound wrong saying that?
No,
Like I'm not
no.
trying to be provocative, but some things float your boat and some things don't. Like airplanes always have floated my boat, so I'm looking at it right now. If you're wondering what I'm looking at,
She's looking at the Bigfoot hanging on the wall.
oh yeah, yeah, he's pretty cute. All these airplanes are, I don't know. I've been going to air shows since I was a little girl because my uncle was a Navy SEAL and my dad couldn't join the military because he had eyesight problems. And like they always took me to these shows, and so I've been exposed to this since I was a small child. So I appreciate certain sexiness, and this has to be like the Blue Angel is my. I mean, you know.
So I gotta say,
that's like
Mitchell Farley, were you landing on grass or landing on pavement?
It seemed like landing on pavement made it more.
Yeah, landing
bounce
on
more.
grass, the Bigfoot landed great
Yeah,
every
it was
time.
great on
and
grass. It was
unfortunately, I didn't
perfect.
capture a lot of that in my video. I didn't
Wow.
capture
No,
a lot
it's my fault. I
of
didn't.
grass landings. The landings on grass were awesome. Every one of them were nice and smooth. The
I'm gonna go
landings
check on
on
the
pavement,
kids.
I mean,
I'll
as
be right
soon
back.
as it would hit the pavement, it would bounce a little bit because the tires are so hard.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna go check on the kids.
Okay.
They're not, like, dying or something.
Well, all I have is hard
Amy
runway.
loves talking.
All you got's hard runway, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, both of them are gonna take it. I do think the tires on the timber are already ready to rock. You don't need to change them. It's got the articulated landing gear. It's a little lighter feeling. And it's got the onboard equipment that you already know you kind of like, man.
Yeah.
It's
And the
got
other thing I'll say about the Timber is I have flown, one of my students had a turbo Timber, and that plane landed very well on
That's how
pavement.
you can't buy the normal Timber.
In comparison to the Bigfoot. The Bigfoot liked to bounce quite a bit, but the Timber just, we were able to set it down and it would glide right in. So the articulating gear of the Timber does make a difference on hard runways, for sure.
There you go, man. And whatever you decide, go to pilotryanmedia.com first. Because I got it all.
We're riding in the truck again, fellas. Hold on.
On the road again.
On the road. Man, guys, it's 2:15. I'm fitting to bounce.
Yeah, sirens are.
I want to wait and see what's up with this fire, though.
Right. No,
Yeah,
right.
we still got
we gotta
40
get in on this,
minutes
Ryan.
to
We
go.
gotta watch this video. We gotta find it. We gotta find out what happens.
It's like watching an emergency when I was a kid.
Which one of y'all pigs just burped in my ear?
That was Randy.
Not me.
Wasn't me.
That was Michael.
Wasn't me.
Oh, they're going to
Is that a Harrah's Casino?
Harrod Hotel.
Yep.
Must be a medical run.
OD. Probably.
Yeah.
What it was last time.
Heart attack.
There was a fight.
No, someone's charging their lipos in their room, right?
I don't know, but if it gets crazy, we turn it off.
They doubled down on 11. Oh, the stretcher's coming on. Should be for you.
Roy, that's good info right there. I may do that.
Is it up there? Oh, it's still in the lobby?
Or timber tires, Dave, same thing.
Stole the rum and the
Where
Coke
can you
and the
get this live at? Nowhere.
Footage. This is
I'm not doing anything wrong. It's YouTube.
Just hope it ain't a gunshot. I really don't want to see that.
He may have cut us off. He may have cut us off.
Oh, did we get too stupid? We got on a rabbit hole. Private Ryan, you need to be having your own morning show. Pilot Ryan, you need to have
Pilot
your
Ryan's
morning
morning show.
Private Ryan.
show. You need to have your own morning show.
morning.
Seriously.
It can be called, we can call it Shaving Pilot Ryan.
What you can call yeah,
Shaving Private
Pilot
Ryan.
Ryan. Let's shave minutes
Shaving
off of your
Pilot
morning
Ryan's
commute.
privates.
Morning with and Pilot Ryan.
And coffee.
And coffee.
I don't know why I call him Private Ryan. I guess it's
Because it feels good.
because it just feels right.
Because the movie.
That's too funny.
No, it's not because
Brian?
because the voice is right. You have a suave voice.
Ryan, you did
Suave.
Suave.
Don't listen to her.
Okay, so it's like this. It's like Rico.
Suave.
Suave. Like your
Suave.
voice
But it's
is
really
good.
not. It's not Rico Suave.
Did you major in
Who's,
communications in college?
How about this? Tu sei la più bella ragazza.
What the fuck just came out of your
Can you
mouth?
say that again?
Italian.
Can you say that again?
Italiano.
No.
Why not?
Suave. Rico.
Magnifico.
Wait. Y'all, I didn't hear it. What did you say?
Rico Suave. Say la più bella ragazza.
Stay la più bella
What the
ragazza.
fuck is that?
Del mundo.
Donda.
Telemundo?
Telemundo.
Telemundo is Mexican. I mean Spanish. Okay. What's good morning in Italian?
I don't know. I know like one line. That's it.
Okay, so say it.
I did.
You just did.
Morning.
Wait, say it again.
Morning.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Noches
That's good night.
That's nighttime.
That's
Yeah.
good night.
Nighttime.
Good morning.
Okay, so you can't open a morning show with that. Well, you may be able to. Look what Will Ferrell has done. So you can be like, Buenas noches, babies. Your best
Buenas
route to work
noches,
is not I-24 in Whitlock. It's gonna be, where does he live? Does he live here?
Who?
Private Pilot Ryan,
Pilot Ryan lives in Indiana.
Indiana. So don't think the
Muncie.
Indianapolis 500.
Baby,
Not
that's the
This is a
microphone.
South Bend.
Well,
South
Bend.
Bend.
Yeah,
Not
close.
the
That reminds
microphone.
me-
Not the microphone.
Okay.
Microphone.
For some reason, South Bend reminds me of
Why
that.
are you taking the microphone? You can leave it right where it
Okay,
is.
South Bend reminds me of a John Cougar Mellencamp song. Why is that?
Because there was a little ditty about Jack and Diane.
But it wasn't Indiana.
He's from Seymour, Indiana, which is like down south.
Maybe that's
you hear
why.
that? He is
He's from
Indiana.
Seymour. Oh. I guess I'm
Seymour.
smarter drunk than I thought. Okay.
Seymour Skinner.
Seymour Butts.
Seymour Butts.
Seymour Butts. That's a Bart
So,
Simpson joke.
The
Oh my
company
God.
I used to work for, right? It was a surveillance company, and they changed their like slogan to "See period more period," and I was like, "Do y'all realize what a horrible idea that is to
Yeah.
change the name? You know, to change the slogan to like Seymour, Seymour Butts."
Maybe
Yes.
Like that's what everybody's gonna want to. That's what everybody thinks. Seymour Butts.
I mean, they did see more butts. They saw like 50 butts robbing an entire fucking
50 bucks.
car lot in 45 minutes.
Stop.
Oh, we know. You know.
50 bucks in 45 minutes.
45 minutes. No cops. Dude, if I had been in on that, I'd be like freaking rolling in it right now.
It's your ass who's got a map in New Jersey.
Dude, all I did was create the networks for the cameras, and
But
the
the people
cameras came
monitoring the
in no
cameras,
problem.
they were like a bunch of meth heads or something. They got
Stop,
nothing.
stop it.
I'm just being honest.
You don't have to be honest. We're on YouTube. Live.
So sue me.
Stop it.
I have nothing you can take. Why
Anyway.
do I care?
No, she's good.
I'm honest. Like, I'm gonna be brutally honest.
Brutally
I don't give a
honest.
fuck who you are. I told this guy in Hawaii that I thought was being disrespectful to my husband. I was like, I fucking know where you live. I'll burn your fucking house down. And I wasn't kidding. I really was not kidding. I wasn't kidding.
Hey, this is like the Jerry Springer show all over again, huh?
Yeah.
Right?
Right. That's how you know I got a good one. That she's willing to blow up your boss's house, and she'll tell him.
Yeah, I basically told him, like, if you don't stop the disrespect, I fucking know where you live. I'll set your fucking house on fire. But that's just how I roll. Like, I don't know.
Damn. These
Maybe
guys are
that's
crying. He's crying right
He's
now.
crying. Why is he crying?
Who, me?
He's crying. He's like, oh, she's
There were
fucking
tears coming out of your
Southern
eyes,
and
man.
stupid. No, I'm Southern and educated, which is a way worse. Okay, so yeah.
Hey, Captain Marshall, Captain.
I just have a Southern accent. That's all.
Y'all, I'm gonna beat it.
Yeah.
Are you like?
2:30.
man.
I'm out.
Okay.
Time to
Hey,
go.
thanks for jumping in, though, man.
Yeah.
Very crazy.
What a surprise tonight was. I just, you know, I just had to pop in, man. Bledsoe was done. Nothing was going on. I was like, son of a gun, I'm going to do it. And that sumbitch, that video got 2 thumbs down. That New Year's stream I just did.
I told you they're the mode 3 flyers. That's it. They do it every time.
It drives me up the bloody wall. I don't get it. And no one will say what they don't
Drive me up the bloody wall.
They're just troll accounts. They just get 5 streams like it, Ron. Don't let it bother you.
It's hard. I know. I'm
Are you
sensitive,
sure
man.
there's no one there from Ireland joining the chats?
From Ireland?
They normally get things upside down.
I see. Maybe they don't like the beer I'm drinking. I don't know.
They like Guinness.
Yeah, well, they know.
Ryan,
They know
you said
what
that
I
was root beer.
Yeah, that's right. Root beer.
Ryan,
root beer you're
if
drinking.
you let these people know it bothers you, they'll do it more.
Yeah, that's probably true. I'm certain that's true. Well, it does. I mean, a little bit. It's like, you bastards. Come on, man. It's
Happy New Year, Ryan.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man.
Y'all.
We love you.
Yeah, thanks. You guys are the greatest. I'm out of here. I'm gonna be rested up for I gotta turn 2 on the house a little bit and then go to RC. So I want to have some energy for it.
You're right.
All right, guys. See you
See ya,
Saturday.
Ryan.
See you later.
Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah,
Later,
Happy
guys.
New Year, Ryan. Thanks for joining us. All right. So you guys have to talk now because Ryan, Ryan will like take over a stream.
Well,
Elvis has left the chat. Yes.
yeah.
What? And
Hey,
I will
Mark.
be right back because I gotta go let out some more of the golden soda.
Well, yeah,
Hey,
me
Mark.
too.
It's still golden.
But where's your girlfriend?
Mark. You fighting warbirds?
What's
Who's
that?
that? Me?
Mark.
No, I haven't flown any warbirds yet. I'm just starting out. All I have right now is the newest Apprentice.
Okay. Well, I bought the Park Zone Wildcat, the binding fly with a safe, and you won't find a better flying 1 meter bird than that.
Okay, I'll look into it.
It's a mid-wing, and it just flies on rails. You'll have to hand toss it. You hand toss it in safe, and it just take off. It won't nosedive or anything, and you can just fly it in about 80 rates, and you can just drive it everywhere you want to go with it.
Hey,
Belly landed.
Did y'all see that Captain Photon just joined the stream and is talking about seeing all the freaks on the stream? Like, we're missing one freak. Like, Captain Photon needs to get in here because that bitch is the freakiest of them all.
He needs to get in
Right?
and sell me a watch, a spy watch.
Put the link.
Freaks.
We all need to get a fucking spy watch from Captain
Yeah.
Photon.
Put the link in there. Still going.
Okay, so when are you gonna publish some of your videos on how to program the Spectrum receivers?
That's a great question. Was that Jeff that just asked that?
Yes.
Okay. So Jeff, here is my plan. I don't know if you were in the stream last night. I think you were because you may have been one of the guys that was like, "This is bullshit. It's not fair." And you're right.
No,
it
no, no.
wasn't fair.
I was there. I don't care. No, it was perfectly great.
It
I loved it.
wasn't the most fair method of giving something away in the world, but
So?
it's
Fuck
my
it.
method, and I think it works well. So here's the deal: the receiver that was won. There's a little bit of alcohol happening tonight. The receiver
That's
that was
Roy.
won, by Wreckham Roy last night. That receiver will be used to create a series of videos similar to the videos that fucking Siri. Like I said, a series of videos, and Siri on my phone decided to like fucking wake up, bitch. So
Well, it's just like last night. You started talking about fucking Alexa.
Yeah, my Alexa
and
goes
you
off.
started saying
goddamn Alexa.
shit. Well, you know what? You started bitching about.
I'm sure that I woke
Google
up somebody's Alexa last night.
Oh no, you were bitching about the Xbox guy, and then
Aaron Paul
yeah,
fucked
yeah,
up my Xbox.
Yeah, you were bitching about the Xbox guy, and then you started bitching about Alexa, and then you turned off my kitchen lights.
Did I really?
Yes.
That's the most awesome thing I've heard in my whole life.
Call 911.
So you were bitching about the Xbox guy for turning
you,
on
Mitchell
and
Farley.
off your Xbox upstairs, but you turned off my lights. So I guess I get a bitch about you.
That's awesome. So Jeff, here's what's happening. Spectrum about 3 or 4, maybe 5 years ago, when the AR-636 was first released, put out a series of videos, and there was quite a few of them, probably like 10, 15 videos, and I actually intend to do the same thing. Hold on, I gotta get the cat off the table before he knocks monitors off the floor. All right. That would have made me mad, like, you fucking stupid cat. So Spectrum put out a series of videos on programming the AR-636 receiver, and there's a lot of information that I'm obviously going to regurgitate from the series of videos that they did. But what I want to do is while I am programming Roy's receiver, I'm going to document all of it, and I'm going to put out my own series of videos while I am documenting the programming of Wreckham Roy's receiver, because not only am I going to do the programming of the AR-636, I am also going to be documenting how to add safe to that, which is something that you cannot do with the Spectrum software. Right, so the Spectrum Programmer software, you cannot add safe to an AR-636 receiver, but all AR-636 receivers are capable of using safe. Why the fuck can't you do it? Right, another guy.
When you were talking about that, sorry to cut you off.
No,
when
it's
you
fine.
were talking about that, when you were talking to Roy, you had said, "Hey, do you want safe on this or not?" And I was a little confused because the AS3X is, like a gyro. And then you had asked if you wanted safe on it. And I was like, I didn't think the 636 had that. So I was a little confused. So I guess kind of go from there.
Dave, it is right. When they come from in a plane from the factory, they're in 2 modes. It's either safe on or safe off. And AX3X, it stays on in either with it off or on. But Dave can program it where it's got 3 modes. You can cut the gyro off.
Right. So to add to what Randy was saying, and Brian, if you're still in here, Jackson RC Aviation says hi, my friend. Jackson RC Aviation. He's told me to tell you hi. So wave to Jackson RC. He wants you to know that he says hi.
Action Jackson.
In fact, all you glorious bitches tonight, wave to Jackson RC Aviation.
Jackson!
And
Action Jackson.
throw him up left and right.
Ever. Woo!
Jackson RC Aviation.
Dave, sorry to sound ignorant, but what's the name of your YouTube channel? Because I've just looked up Dave Marshall on YouTube, and it comes up as a homosexual wrestler.
That's me. That's me. I'm that guy.
It says it talks about his body part. It says it talks about his body parts and the chest on his hair in his chest.
Dude,
is that your
the
channel?
body part I'm talking about is this one. I'm talking about this body part.
That's run down.
RC there, Marshall, Mark.
Okay. Things have descended way downhill since I left.
They have.
Hey, I hate to say this, but it's been fun. I gotta go though. You guys have a good night. Happy New Year's.
Mark G,
Hey,
thank
brother.
you for joining us.
Everybody,
Take
See,
care, Mark.
it pays to be ignorant, right?
Have a great night, man. Happy New Year's to you.
everybody.
Okay, I've just subscribed to your channel, not the other one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. I'm not the gay wrestler.
Not yet, maybe later.
I will
He's
gay
still watching,
wrestle
right?
in the future, but just not tonight.
Yeah, I agree. Good idea.
I watch Dave's channel for the shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
That shit's funny.
Oh my God, I can see my ugly Aussie mug on the Zoom session on the RC Air Marshal channel and crew.
Yeah, you can, man. You didn't know? You
Well,
didn't know that we were streaming this live right now?
I did know, but I'm just looking at your playlist home, and it doesn't show your buttocks yet or your tracksuit pants, so maybe that will be the thumbnail shortly.
I hope it never shows that as the thumbnail for this video. But that would be awesome if it shows my ass as the thumbnail for this video.
Well, that was nicely zoomed, so it is. You're not false advertising, right?
Dave, use TubeBuddy and the scan through the video where you show your butt, you can use it for a thumbnail.
Oh, dude, I will totally take a picture of my ass as the thumbnail for this video, and I will just change it to a custom thumbnail. That'd be awesome.
Is it a wide angle lens?
Dude, I'm not that thick. Not today, my man.
Okay.
So, Captain Photon, welcome back to the channel.
Hop in the call, Ricky.
We've
Brian,
got
what's
the
your
Zoom
kitty's
link.
name?
The Zoom link is there. Please join us. Anybody who sees that link that I throw in the description that says like zoom.us, look here. I'm gonna drag that over so you guys can see what's up. Oh, damn it, that's not what I wanted to drag over.
Tabbies are good cats.
All right, look. See that link right there? See that link? Click on that link right there. See the little finger? It's on it right now. The finger is on that link. Click on that link right there and you can join us for like talking RC or whatever the hell we just happen to be talking about.
Or other stuff.
Or you can show your body parts.
Or you can show your ass.
No dollar bill.
Dollar bills, y'all.
How late are you going, Dave?
I don't have a prescribed time limit, Rich. I really don't. We might be trying to break Kitty's record tonight.
Don't let the clock be your master.
What's up?
Don't let the clock be your master.
The clock. Fuck the clock.
That's what I said.
The
Gotta
clock
go to
can
bed.
suck a dick tonight.
I gotta go to bed. Because this ain't the we're gonna be up again, I guarantee you.
We
I
are,
don't need
man.
it. I don't need to see no coconut oil tonight.
Wait in Kansas City, unless
Maybe there won't be any coconut oil lubing up any tailpipes tonight.
that's a good thing.
But listen, on the RC, the Air Marshal Monday show, I expect to have an E-Flight Havoc here, a new version of the E-Flight Havoc, where they have worked out all the bugs, and it's not like the initial release. I expect to have that version of the Havoc here on Saturday, and on Monday, we are going to unbox that bitch, and we might be spreading some coconut oil in the tailpipes. That's all.
That's a
I'm saying.
good deal. That's a good deal with a battery.
What? Rich, are you getting called out again?
No, luckily it's another truck.
Damn, I was like, damn, Rich, you're getting called out again.
Welcome to my world, Dave.
Yeah.
Jackson, thanks for joining us tonight. You guys are awesome.
I heard nosebleed.
Probably.
Are you seriously dispatching a fire truck for a nosebleed?
I don't know if that's what they said or not. I quit listening when it wasn't our truck.
Oh shit.
So hey, they're not always sexy calls, right?
I heard that.
I can imagine. I can imagine they are not.
There's a lot that are not, as you've seen, right?
We've seen a few. We've seen a few. Look, one of the things that's awesome tonight, Rich, and I'm so glad that I got to share this on my channel and that Josh, can suck it. Like, tonight we've actually seen the full run, because the last time that we tried to do the Zoom session when you were in the house, like when you were at the fire station and you went on calls, you were still in the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So we lost the stream as you got further and further away from the firehouse. And tonight, because you're on the mobile network, we got to see you continue past the firehouse. Like, we got to see you go all the way to Harrah's, and it was awesome. And nothing happened. But I was hoping to have like the viral video of 2020 in like the first 30 minutes of 2020. And
Yeah,
it
maybe
just
so.
didn't happen. It didn't happen.
The only issue with with my cell phone is that I can't turn the volume down. So when we're on the call, we hear you guys cutting up, and so I have to.
Oh.
So it's a little bit. I don't know.
Oh, so you can hear us like. Oh,
Very well.
Rich is about to go do some bullshit.
Exactly. So I'm just trying to not pay attention to it, and like I don't even know where it's coming from, but yeah.
We're gonna have the commentary. Man, look at that bitch! She's bleeding from everywhere. It's a splinter.
So I got to work on that and see if there's a way to. It won't turn down on my phone volume, so I'm not sure what I need to do.
Dude,
So we'll see.
That's
Plug in-
awesome. And
Plug in some
disturbing all
headphones,
at
I
the
guess,
same time.
to the phone.
Well, there's only so much I can have with me out there. If I'm walking around with headphones on, I think people will think that's a little suspect.
I don't
It's
know. how to
generally
get
frowned
around it.
upon on the fire scene.
Yeah.
Generally frowned upon. when we're on scene. It's supposed to be working. So I'll see. I'll have to figure out if I can get it lined out. Maybe I can control some volume in the Zoom or something.
You went in the hotel, you turn your phone off, and we thought it was a gory scene or something. You had to turn it off.
Rich, I think this will be a real attraction to the channel, having this live 911 dispatch going on.
Well, what'll probably be the big attraction is when I get fired.
Well, I was going to ask you that question. How does this work? Is it okay for you to be doing this, or is it sort of a bit?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
we'll find out, eh?
Dave's on his phone now.
Yeah, I got both streams going, so I'm about to leave my my desktop and just keep going with the phone. Because guys, like, I'm sorry, but I'm a smoker, man, and like I don't smoke in my house. And I don't know how long the stream's been going, but I'm pretty sure it's been a couple of hours. And
probably,
dude, so
probably
I'm dying, man. I gotta go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, and there's certain things definitely on the scene, like I won't be able to show you, like a patient's face or.
That's what we thought. That's what we turned.
Their info, and that's
all protected or whatever.
We were getting some.
We expect that, Rich, and that's what I was saying. Like, I expect you to cut us off at some point.
Well, and I will. Like I said, I got to figure out how to make it so everybody else can't hear you guys.
We need to figure that out first before anything else, because we say some fucked up shit.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, I heard you.
EMT in Nashville was my brother-in-law. He got a call one night in Nashville with this woman with abdominal pains, and they got her to the hospital. And she had 8 to 10 hot dogs, and they wasn't in her stomach.
In her butt?
Somewhere else.
It was an accident, right? She was getting out of the shower naked, and she slipped and fell on the pack or something. Right. It was an accident, I'm sure.
She lost them, and there were 10 or 11 inside. And
10 or 11?
Yeah.
Sounds like a fucking accident to me.
Yeah. Well, that's what they try to say. It was by accident.
Yeah, it was an accident, man. I didn't mean to sit on those 11 hot dogs.
You'd be surprised what they say at EMTs do. You'd be surprised.
I would not be surprised, Randy.
No, not at all. I've seen a lot in Nashville.
Yeah.
Believe me, it happens.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
My old girl.
Kansas City's no different. Nashville's pretty wild.
My old girl say mine with a small organ. I should use the.
There's a reason they call it Nash Vegas.
Yeah.
I love Nashville. Nashville is one of my favorite towns, man. Nashville and Las Vegas, period.
If you want a honky tonk, come on down.
I love Nashville. I'm only about 2 hours away from Nashville.
They're partying, you know what, down here.
Who is that saying? Who is from Nashville?
Randy.
I'm from Tennessee. I'm just.
Get the fuck out of here.
I grew up around Nashville, around the vicinity. I've lived in East Nashville, and that's the closest I've ever lived in Nashville. But I was born on the outskirts of Nashville in a community called Madison. Lived in Goodlettsville, and it's all part of the suburban part of Metro. I live about 57 miles northeast of Nashville.
So you're not way east Tennessee. Like, you're not in fucking.
No, I'm straight pretty much north of Nashville, but just a little bit east.
All right.
I'm close to Kentucky line.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you close to Kentucky?
I can be there in 25 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, you saw my video, or maybe you didn't, I did a video in Smyrna, Tennessee, which is just south of Nashville, like down towards Franklin.
Smyrna has all the air shows.
Yeah, and that's
Blue
where Captain Coos died.
Yeah.
You know, back in I think it was 2016, and that
2015.
that's who I made the tribute that F6 the F-18 that I have. The Blue Angels F-18 is a tribute to him when he crashed his aircraft during the practice.
That was a sad day.
It really was, man, and it hit me hard.
Well, it hits everybody. It hits everybody hard in Tennessee.
Yeah.
We put on an air show. It took them about 3 or 4 years to come back, but they've flown since then here.
But I'll tell you what, man, I'm
summer.
glad they did, because that Great Tennessee Air Show is awesome.
If you've
they
never
do a
seen one,
great show every year.
You need to see it. It's pretty awesome. Go down and watch.
And I have seen it, and I know that you didn't see me, you know, but I've been there. And my wife is from Nashville. Well, she's not from Nashville. She's from Western Tennessee, from Dyer County, up towards Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
Like right outside Arkansas and Missouri. Actually, they're like, you know, right outside both of those states.
There's only 2 things coming out of Nashville, boy.
What's that?
There's only 2 things coming out of Nashville, boy.
There's a lot of fucking and a lot of drinking.
And I don't see no horns, boy.
Dude, Nashville's a fun town. I like Nashville a lot.
The women down here are a lot of fun.
You don't say. I'm married.
yeah.
I know.
A lot of
I'm
fun.
married.
You got freaking Adam's apples.
Yep. I got me a Tennessee girl. Amy is from Tennessee.
Oh, me.
Right?
Get your hands full.
Yeah, I've had my hands full for 13 years now, man, and I'm okay with it. She's a good girl.
I don't even
yeah.
chat anymore.
What?
I don't think there's anybody in the chat anymore.
Well, there's like 13 people in, well, I mean, you could call it 13 people, but it's really not, like in the video chat. And, you know, I hope there's still people in the chat. Like, I know that Captain Photon was in there earlier.
I think
I've just refreshed the YouTube page, and there's 8 people watching.
That's what I get. 8 people watching.
It's all 8 of us.
Yeah. That's all we need.
Ourselves.
Yeah. Hey. Give one of those people to sign up, hit a like, right?
Well, when you see these captions on the Zoom here, it's like watching the start of the Brady Bunch.
So that's what I do is I turn on the matrix view so I can see all of us at once.
Oh, I got it. I don't have a video. Gotta get me a webcam.
Is Chris still in here?
There's 8 of us in here. Because
Michael's on his. Ray's still here.
Yeah.
I'm lucky here because it's only 7 p.m. here, so it's quite early compared to Slumberland over there.
Wait, did you say it's 7 p.m. in Australia?
Yeah, Melbourne, Australia is 7 p.m.
Wow.
So I served on submarines in the U.S. Navy, and I made several trips to Melbourne, to Sydney, and to Perth, Australia. Perth, Australia is where basically all of the Australian submarine force is based out of Perth, Australia. Man,
I thought you weren't allowed over there, Dave, with nuclear stuff.
no, they don't mind nuclear stuff in Australia.
We make the stuff. we get it from the ground here.
Maybe what is it New Zealand? I thought there was some country down there that wouldn't let our Navy port over there because we had nuclear weapons and nuclear.
That wouldn't be Australia. I think Australia is the 51st state of America.
Well, right on.
You're always welcome. You're always welcome here. No problem.
My brother-in-law's down there right now for those fires.
I gotta say,
he's pretty high up with the U.S. Forest Service, and they send him down there to consult something. I don't know.
I was
tell him to use water. I don't know.
I was going to call out a little bit earlier that maybe you might end up over here with all the fires in Australia, Rich. But it looks like you're already onto that.
Yeah, no, not me. I'm in the city. We don't do wildland fires here.
They're the worst we've seen them, I think.
Huh?
It's the worst we've seen the fires here. I mean, I'm 48 this year, but we've had some bad sort of fires in different states, but not all at once. It's very unique.
Yeah, it's no good.
Hey.
No good.
Hey, speaking of that, you old fuckers. I was gonna mention, I just looked at the analytics on my YouTube channel the other day, right? And I don't have anybody under the age of like 38 watching my fucking channel.
How do you know?
Old ass bitches. Like, why don't we get some kids watch some RC airplanes?
You got Colin. Colin probably brings our average weight down. He's, what is he, 16?
Yeah, I think he's like 16 or 17. He
Or
doesn't
15. He could be
He doesn't
15.
need to hear me cursing it up every night.
And you have no women.
That's bullshit. I have my wife. And Ron.
All right, you got one.
Are you saying it tells you how does it know our age? I don't remember putting my age in when I did my YouTube.
Yeah.
Apparently you did, man. I'm just saying.
Apparently so. Okay.
Apparently you did.
Google owns YouTube.
Yeah.
Search
Yeah,
your
so
name.
if you tell YouTube how old you
All
are.
you gotta do is search your name on Google, and you'd be surprised what that's gonna show you.
So
Every
apparently
place you've
I
ever
also-
lived, it's gonna show it. Your phone numbers,
Mhm.
your wife,
got
your kids, you name it, it's on Google. And Google is part of YouTube, so they got all your information. Big Brother's got it.
Randy, listen. I know that you have like an affinity for YouTube and all that shit, but YouTube is a part of Google, not the other way around.
They own it. They own it. Google owns it.
Google owns the fuck out of YouTube.
Yeah.
Randy, I googled your name the other day, and believe me, you don't want to do it. You don't want to read those there. It'll crush you.
It freaks
Right.
me out to Google myself.
Apparently, Captain Erectus, he like Googled me earlier and found like a gay dude.
A gay wrestler.
Shocker.
A gay wrestler with hairy chest.
So what's your point?
Clearly
That's his other
not
YouTube
me.
channel he was talking about.
Now
The
there's
one that was so successful.
now there's a
Right,
site.
and
you
maybe Michael, maybe that's what I need to do, man. Maybe I need to fucking go the route of like gay wrestler Dave, man. Fuck RC airplanes.
Dave, there's a place now you can go find out your reputation, how it rates towards other people.
Hey, Crusher.
Right. Maybe the U.S. submariner gay wrestler will pick up a lot more views than a dude that's reviewing RC airplanes.
You're darn
Well,
right.
I looked up my name on
That's
Google.
why you
and I
need to
come-
join in with.
What?
Join in with Vegas.
You looked
Hey,
up your
Dave.
You looked up your name on Google and what?
Apparently, I'm a Welsh priest. Apparently,
Well, priest.
Well, how about a blessing then, Father? I mean,
So
you've held off all this time. It would have been nice to give a blessing at least. You know.
Well, that would have got fuck all hits.
You know, the British sent all their prisoners to Australia. That's where all the people come from Australia.
That's right.
He didn't know that, Randy.
And people that the British didn't want anymore, they shipped them all to Australia, is what I heard.
Well, that's why all the pricks stayed in the UK and all the good ones came here.
Yep.
I'll tell you one thing, all the good-looking gals went to Australia. There are a lot better looking gals in Australia than there ever is in the UK.
I don't live in my suburb.
They're not in your suburb?
I think they must have released. I think in my suburb, the zoo must have released all these baby elephants.
Oh, that's rich. I love it.
So, Rich, I think that you're the one that said the thing about like the Australian, girls. Or whatever. So I have a little story to tell. So let me tell it, goddammit. It's my channel. It's my channel, motherfucker. Shut up. So listen. So back in like 1997, I'm pretty sure it was 97, 98 time frame. I made a port visit to Australia. I want to say we pulled in. It was into Perth, which is nothing but a lot of sailors. Perth is a pretty small town in Australia. And in Perth, Australia, we took our hats, right? So I'm sure you've all have seen like the sailor hats of a U.S. sailor. It looks like a Dixie cup. We call them Dixie cup hats. And we wrote the phone number to the boat inside there, and it had our name inside the hat, right? And there were like all kinds of just gorgeous chicks hanging out on the pier. So we took our hats and we wrote our phone number in it with our name in it, and we threw them out on the pier, and like chicks were catching them. So like later that night, the phone started ringing, and we're picking up the phone, and like someone says, "Hey Marshall, someone's on the phone for you," and I'm like, "Hell yeah!" So I go and I pick up, dude. What? It was awesome. It was the total reverse of like a porn shop. There were girls looking for ding ding, American ding ding, and it was terrible.
You're right there, Dave. There is a magical spell with these American sailors on the ships. They're the girls here are very colorblind. They don't care if they're white or black. Neutral to them. But
no,
I think they are very, very misguided by the word semen, because obviously when you're
they really are.
I love
it. They really are, man. And I think that the word semen just hits them the right way, and they jump on it. Like they're all over it, dude.
I'm sure that's what it is. Yeah.
It's pretty awesome, though. I don't know if that's still the way it is today, but back, fucking 20 years ago, 24 years, shit. It's been a lot of years.
Nothing's changed. It's exactly the same.
So check it out, man. I got a phone call. And these people, like, they invited me over to their house, and I was over at their house with like the parents and the daughter, and it was
going in here.
It was crazy. Like, please take our daughter away.
That's because child support's so lousy here.
Right.
maybe it would just take our daughter away. But like the more noise that was made, the happier the parents were, and it was the most insane shit I've ever experienced in my life. It was pretty awesome.
Memories and nostalgia. I'm glad that my presence here today has sparked nostalgic memories for you.
It really was. And needless to say, I picked a girl from Tennessee, not from us.
You did.
Well, and that high note, I think it's time for me to end this. Hopefully, the first of many chats with this group. I've enjoyed it immensely.
Good to meet you, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We do this quite often. You know, as surprising or unsurprising as that may seem, we do this quite a bit, usually once a week. So, yeah, it was great to have you here.
It'd be Saturday,
And-
Saturday afternoon.
Pleasure meeting you, Mark.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you again soon.
We will do, and have a great 2020, and look forward to seeing you again.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Drunk again, not sober, hopefully.
Don't drink.
Happy New Year.
Don't drink too much kangaroo
Okay,
juice.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Brother.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to sign off to eventually get to bed in case we get up again. But I got my phone with me, so if we catch something, I'll double check if you're on. If you're on, I'll take you for the ride.
All right, Rich.
I ain't gonna tell him about Dave. It's 2 a.m. here.
Have a good night.
Peace.
Yeah, Rich, thanks for joining us tonight, man. That was awesome.
No
The
problem,
couple of
brother.
surprises that you took us on.
No problem, brother. See you later.
Two days. I can't handle this.
Yeah, it's been all over.
Yeah, this shit's getting real now, man. It's getting real.
Put some reverb on. You
I'm
got to get one of
trying.
those voice changers, generators, where you can talk like a woman or
What?
Darth Vader.
Hey, look, Christy's here.
You're echoing, Dave.
I'm sorry, hold on. I hope it's better now.
Yes.
So, yeah, Christy from GB's channel has somehow made it into my channel.
I give her the link.
Hi, Christy. Wait, that was at 3:07. What time is it now? Can you guys hear me okay?
309.
God bless America.
Yeah.
God bless America.
Hell yeah.
So, I don't know how you found us, but
Who, me?
if you are subscribed, thank you. If you are not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. We appreciate it. Amy's back.
He's still around.
Amy's back.
Oh,
Amy's back.
But where is the rum?
What?
Where is the rum?
What just happened?
I said, but where is the rum?
Where's the run?
Yeah, where's the rum?
R-U-M. It's right her.
No, I probably don't need any more rum. There's a kitty cat down there. Beside
There's a kitty cat in the chair.
Hey, kitty, kitty. Meow.
No.
Who? damn.
You're awesome.
Wait, which one?
Whatever. I love you.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
We're here to entertain.
Hell yes.
Hey, so earlier tonight there was some talk about real RC stuff.
Yeah, we were. Oh, yeah. No, I really want to see your videos on how to program receivers, the
Yeah.
Spectrums.
Yeah. So, real RC stuff. I'm gonna make an entire series that are hopefully very easy to digest, short videos on each step that's required to program an AR636 receiver. And I think that those videos are going to translate well when Spectrum releases the AR637 here later in January. Now, the AR637 is going to have safe. You can program natively within the Spectrum programmer, but you cannot do that with an AR636. So the series of videos that I'm going to be releasing are how to program not only the AR636 receiver and all of the great things that it can do, and hopefully explaining in layman's terms exactly what all the features do, especially when it comes to the shit. Not the shit. Give me a second. I'm trying to think of exactly what it's. Stick priority. Stick priority, in my opinion, is one of the things that makes the AR636 special and makes the AR636 work much better than most gyros on the market right now today. So when we start talking about the AR636 and all the steps that it takes to program it and all of the different parameters that we can set up and we get into stick priority, I think that hopefully that video will clarify why I think the AR636 is one of the best gyros on the market right now. And
what I'm saying is, you do. I want to find out. For instance, take any plane off the shelf that doesn't come in an AR636.
Yep.
How do you know what gains the program to that plane so it makes it fly right with the AR6 and set it up with Safe Select? That's all I want.
So, Michael, that is the special sauce to the AR636 and really any other gyro on the market. You don't know what the gains need to be. So you have to kind of play with them. And that's where the programming cables and all that stuff are going to come into play, and I'm going to explain that as well. That the Bluetooth module now, it used to be that they had a programming cable that would plug into like the headphone jack of a phone, and it was great if you had a phone with a headphone jack.
I have the USB cable plugs in your computer.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing now, is it is all done in a computer. It has to be done in a computer. But once the receiver is programmed, like the initial programming of the AR636, once that's done, everything else can be done from the phone or from your transmitter. So if you have
Havoc and Avanti, they're similar planes.
Yep.
Same size as that. Can I take a 636 receiver and flash the Havoc program on it, which has safe, and put it in the Avanti, and it'll fly? Will it be all right?
I'd have to take a look at the Havoc program. I have an Avanti program, and I think you know that, and I'm going to download it from my Avanti.
I've been told that guys has took the receiver out of one plane and put it in a different plane, and it flies perfect.
As long as that's
and I've had them say that they swapped them in planes, and they were all messed up.
Yeah, Randy, that's true. And it really depends on the type of plane that you're taking it out of and the type of plane that you're putting it into. But what my video is going to focus on are the really it's going to... So this will be the first time that and you guys know this, my YouTube channel is very young, right? I don't have any playlists right now. So this will be my first playlist that I'm going to do. And that series of videos is going to focus on the AR636 as a whole, and
Block this.
all the different things that you can do with it, up to and including all the different things that you guys mentioned, right? So one of the things that I think a lot of people think is they can take an AR636 receiver from any plane and stick it into any other plane and it's going to work great, and that's just not the case, right?
I've got a 300 E-Flight Extra.
Okay.
The binding fly. It's a big plane. Got a wooden prop, 13-6 on it.
Yellow one.
And this one guy had it on a plane stand. And this bird is a tail dragger. Okay. He plugged the battery up on I've got a plane stand 300 at the airfield flight. It took off with it. And it was flying like crap. A big plane. He realized that he had on it to plug the battery up. It was sitting on the ground like a tail dragger for the gyro to act normal. So setting it like this and putting the battery in, it worked fine.
Right.
But when he plugged it up straight level and plugged it up, the gyro was all messed up.
Because it self-calibrates. I don't fly Spectrum no more, but I fly FlySky because you can do way more programming than Spectrum. And any driver, like I can come right up and fly any of y'all's planes. And it won't take me but, I don't know, a minute to program my radio. And all the S3X and that does is actually, it freezes and accepts your input. So if it's sitting as a tail dragger, that's the way they programmed it from the factory.
Right.
So once you set it in the stand, it threw off the calibration. So it's
Right.
not going to fly. And I mean, they're great systems. I have several Spectrum radios, but it's one of them things where, you know, where Spectrum has come since their beginnings, because I was around in JR days. I've been flying since 1972. And Spectrum has come a long ways, and they've pretty much drug in OpenTX, but don't give y'all the opportunity to program everything. And I know with a few of the receivers, and like he's got a program, he can go in and change it, and it's similar to OpenTX. But the gyros themselves, they all work the same. Just the Spectrum gyros, you're real limited to what you can program them into. But they work great. They're all good. And, you know, most of them, you shouldn't have any problem changing them plane to plane, but it has a preset attitude for your gyro. So if they programmed it sitting on the ground normal, it's considered itself level, or it's a preset program.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The Spectrum planes, the Bina flies, they put reverse servos in some of these planes on purpose, so you can't do that. So you can't change the receiver to plane to plane. You can reverse if you can program. You can reverse the servo in the receiver, but the gyro doesn't know that though. You got to reverse it in the gyro.
Right, because you can't personally program the gyro without being on the computer.
Right, and you can do the. So what I will say is you have to have a programming cable or a programming dongle, whether that's USB or the Bluetooth dongle, but you can change the servos, right? So even if you have an airplane that's outfitted with all reverse servos, if you replaced all of those with correct or normal servos, unless you have two, and the exception to the rule would be your flap servos. If you have two flap servos that are opposed from each other, instead of both being mounted the same way. Right. So if you have two flap servos that are mounted with their servo horns to the left of the gyro, or to the left of the servo, those will both move in the same way. But if you have two flap servos that are mounted opposed from each other, one of them's going to need to be reversed, and that it doesn't matter what plane you're running or what receiver you're running. One of them's going to need to be reversed. Period. End of story.
Well, flaps, the gyro has no effect then.
Right. Exactly. The flaps don't have anything to do with your gyro, right? It's not part of your control surfaces.
Only the 4 channels.
Right. So in any other case, right, where there are, so my Commander MPD, right, which I'm pointing to right here, it's up on my wall. You can't see it. I'm pointing at it, but you can't tell that that's what I'm pointing at. That airplane has all reverse servos in it. I have no idea why. But if I were to put normal servos in there, I can still go into the receiver and tell the receiver to... So I can reverse the channels in the receiver. Or I can make the channels correct in the receiver. So the thing that's crazy about the AR636 is... most gyros, when you set them up, they have an arrow on. Hey,
Roy, check this one out.
They have a little arrow on the sticker on the gyro and says that the arrow is.
Red Bull plane. It's an Edge 540. That's like your 300D. That's a Red Bull scheme. That's like your Edge plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So most gyros that are commercially available, right, they have a sticker on the front that says, this is the way that this gyro points forward. It has a sticker with a little arrow on it, and you will point forward, period, no matter what. I always need to be oriented in this direction, right, which a lot of people say, like, oh, the Hobby Eagle gyros are easier to program. Well, no, the Hobby Eagles just have a lot of shit that's programmed into them from the factory that you can't alter, right? You have to point it in this direction, and that's it, right? There is no other way to put it. And the biggest thing with the AR636 is we can point them in any direction we want. We can have that bitch sideways, forward, backwards, upside down. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. If you're running a Spectrum receiver and you've got a Spectrum, TX, so if you got the diversity and you're sitting there, it all combines together. So if you're going to use a Spectrum receiver, you need to have a Spectrum TX. That's the way I kind of look at it.
Well, they set them up like
Lemons are made
set up
Spectrum. The Lemon receivers, those are great receivers, and those are, you can program those with the dip switches on the receiver themselves as far as reversing. Yeah, same plane. That's the same plane, Randy.
Yep.
That's a nice plane.
Yep, and you guys are not wrong, right? Everybody that pipes in on these discussions, nobody is wrong when they say that a Spectrum AR636, is a pain in the ass. It is. It is a pain in the ass. Or that a Lemon receiver, all you have to do is set the gains on the Lemon receiver and you're done. You're not wrong. And what I
love that big bird.
Big plane.
I love that bird.
Yeah, same as that one I got, the Red Bull.
Yeah, so what I hope to do with some of these videos that I do with Reckham Roy's receiver when it gets here, so it should be here Saturday. What I hope to do with that receiver is, and I don't mean to sound rude, but without interruptions, be able to explain exactly what the AR636 is doing and how it's responding and the way that it communicates back and forth between the receiver and the transmitter, because it really is a synergistic relationship between the transmitter and receiver, and the synergy between them is what allows that AR636 to perform the way it does, right? Because it's sending all of its stuff like via telemetry data back to the transmitter, and the transmitter sends data back to the receiver, which allows them to work very harmoniously with each other, which is something that you don't get between a Spectrum transmitter and an Admiral receiver or a Limit RX receiver, which the Limit and the Admirals are the same product.
Hey, Dave, can I ask you something?
Absolutely.
If I took that receiver out of that, say at 300, that I got.
I've been drinking, by the way, so my answer might be fucked up. I'm just
Okay.
kidding.
If I took that receiver out of that plane and plugged it up to my computer, is there a program to read how it was set in that plane?
Absolutely. So say right now, like right now I have, and now we're pointing over there. Before we were pointing over there, because I was pointing at my commander. Right now I'm pointing at my Avanti. My Avanti that's on the wall right over here has a very customized, I mean, just point your finger in any direction and you're pointing at an airplane on a wall in my house. The Avanti has a much different program than any other airplane, because I programmed that very much the same way that the guys from Horizon would go and program, say, like when they received the Havoc foam, they threw servos in it and they threw an AR636 in there and they had to go and program it. Right? I take that same philosophy, the same programming technique that the Horizon guys go and do when they program an airplane, and they build that program for the AR636 that they can upload into every other AR636 that they go and install in an airplane. That's the same philosophy I take when I am programming one from scratch, right? So the transmitters that I use are able to communicate via telemetry what the gain settings are, and I can adjust those gain settings while I'm flying the plane, right? So if that plane starts oscillating because the aileron gains are too high, I can turn the gain settings down on the radio until the plane stops wobbling around. And then I know that I've got a good gain adjustment for the ailerons, and then I can switch it to a different mode where now I'm adjusting the gains for the elevators. And if the plane is porpoising up and down, I can adjust the gains until the plane stops porpoising, and then I've got just the right gain settings for max speed and max headwind. And I can do all the same things that the guys from Horizon are doing, and I can adjust the AS3X settings and get them just right. And then I can take those AS3X settings and I can translate them into a safe profile and have a third flight mode that will be for safe. But that's done via a third-party application. It's not done through the Spectrum programmer.
Hey, Dave.
And yeah,
Dave,
what's up?
Please make it in layman's terms when you do it. Receivers for dummies, you know what I'm saying? So we can understand it.
I am an engineer, Michael. I will try the best I can.
Take your time, buddy.
I will try as best as I can to put it in layman's terms. But you know, you kind of get into that that mentality where I'm not really a layman.
I'm going to send you a couple receivers and program through. Have you program. That's all.
Right. And I've done this for a few different airplanes now. I've done it for the Bigfoot. I've done it for the E-Flight P-47, which was, it predates any safe profiles. It's a 980 millimeter E-Flight EPS foam P-47 that you guys may have seen on the channel last night. And I've also done it for the Avanti. And in each situation, obviously these are all very different airplanes from each other. And each one of those airplanes flies phenomenal with the AS3X gyro programming. So that's my goal, is to be able to take an AR636 receiver that Roy has won, find out what plane he wants to program it to, and then create a profile for an AR636 that will work well for the plane that he's wanting to use. Send it to Roy, and then, you know, between myself and Roy, and possibly even GB Linden, because he lives close to Roy and can help him with some of the more technical things. Be able to build a profile that will work well for the airplane that Roy wants to put it in. And then I am very confident in the fact that Roy's airplane is going to fly awesome. And if it doesn't, you know, then it was free.
Roy's got tons of airplanes. Ain't no telling which one he's gonna pick.
I know, man, and that's what I'm a little afraid of, Randy, to be honest with you. I think that he's gonna pick like a crazy Delta Wing plane with fucking like canards.
He's
like,
got,
dude, what?
He's got a shop full of planes, a bunch of them.
Fish all of them equally.
I only got 2 planes that's got Bunny fly in it, and that's a Park Zone Wildcat, the 1 meter. It flies like it's on rails. Beautiful flyer, and the 300 extra. That's only ones I own.
So Wreckham Roy's is in the channel right now, and I'm gonna tell you, Wreckham Roy and Christy, subscribe to my channel, please. I know you may never watch it, but just hit that subscribe button and ring the bell, and that way you'll be notified when new videos come up. You may never watch them, but hey, you never know. Sometimes my wife may be on, and it ain't even me. But Wreckham, what I will ask you is to please let it be a Warbird. A 3D plane, I have no idea how to program an AR636 for a 3D plane. So let's do either a Warbird or a jet. And preferably not anything too crazy. Let's do something with like normal wings, normal flaps, not a V-tail or anything crazy, not anything with flaperons or any shit. Just let's do something, you know, as simple as it can be.
The FMS 300 extra, back before it got discontinued, they had 17 gram servos in it. And the E-Flight, they upgraded them to digital Metal Gear 23 gram. This plane I've got, it's got
23 gram. What size plane was this? Shit.
It's a massive plane. It's got almost 52 inch wings, and the body's almost 51 inches long. It's a big plane. That's
almost as long as my wiener.
Oh yeah, it's a huge plane. It's it weighs almost 4 pounds. Flying. You imagine a phone plane weighing 4 pounds. It's a big bird.
That's a big bitch for sure.
But it flies like a dream. It will float for days. It's got like a mid wing in it, and it's got a top foil and the bottom foil or the same. So you can fly inverted just like you could upright. Perfect. I want to get the RF9 simulator so I can practice the 3D. All I'm doing with it is sport flying it right now.
So sorry, I had to go back to my my multi-camera view. Because I'm stepping away from the computer for a little bit, but we got to keep the stream rolling. Damn, the dogs are mad. All right. So can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the it really doesn't matter what we program the AR636 to do. It doesn't matter if it's a previous Horizon plane or not. We can do whatever we want from scratch. And that's exactly what the guys from Horizon are doing when they receive a new airplane. It's not like they have some pre-programmed bullshit that they can throw into the plane.
Hey, Dave.
What's up?
Let me ask you this. All right. I'm thinking of sending you 3 receivers. Take your time with them, and I'm in a hurry for them. I know you can do the Avani. The other 2 planes I'm thinking of, one is an FMS millimeter red tail Mustang, and the other one is an FMS or a free wing F4 Phantom. Could you program those 2 with Safe Select?
So what I'll tell you, Michael, is I absolutely can. The F4. So the
90 millimeter F4.
Yeah. Now the 90 millimeter F4, I would probably take a lot of the programming that's already been done in the 80 millimeter F4 from eFlight,
right,
and plug that into it, and then add the safe technology to it.
It's safe in the eFlight F4.
Yeah. But it's Safe Select, so
that's
Safe
right.
Select and Safe are not the same.
I want Safe Select is what I want. I want to put it on a 2-position switch, on or off. That's all I want.
Right. So you want gyro on all the time.
Right.
And you also want a safe mode.
On a 2-position switch, safe on, safe off.
Right. And I think that some of the initial conversations that you and I had on this, we got a little confused about what the flight modes were, right? And we don't have to set up flight modes, but that's just what it's called.
Yeah, I know. That's just not the way I fly. I fly with the gyro on all the time, and have a switch with Safe Select, on or off. As simple as that. In other words, I like to take off and land sometimes in safe, get up in the air, turn the safe off as soon as possible, and fly the plane. That's what I like to do.
Michael, that's about the way I fly too.
Yeah. And Michael, what kind of radio do you have? What kind of transmitter are you running?
PX9 Black.
Right now I fly FR Sky. I run OpenTX, where I program all that stuff. I run flight controllers. I have Futaba Spectrum. I got over 100 aircraft. But,
Right.
the Spectrum set up exactly like OpenTX. Exactly. Like I said, I can fly all the stuff y'all got, and I can get in and program it the same way you're going to do with a setup. But I can do it right from my radio. I know y'all are OpenTX, but it's basically what Spectrum's doing. They've kind of taken part of OpenTX and made their own profile, but it's all doable. I've been flying. I flew Spectrum when they first come out. Had some major issues. I've been flying Futaba since 1972. Actually, started out with craft radios. But I do a lot of flight controller work. I do air surveying and stuff like that. So a little more into the program than the average RC guy.
Right. Yeah, and I'll tell you, I've been using Futaba radios, before I even got into the air world. I was using Futaba radios on the 27 and 75 megahertz.
Yeah.
AM spectrums back.
Oh yeah.
For surface radios. That's all all I drove when I was doing surface was 27 and 75 megahertz Futaba radios. And I didn't switch to Spectrum until I started doing air stuff, because the Futaba stuff was just insanely expensive.
Yeah,
So,
it's crazy.
That's what that's my radio. I use DX9.
Okay, so if you have a DX9, a DX9 has the trim switches up by the switches.
Right.
It's got like eyebrow, twim.
Right.
It's got eyebrow twim switches.
Right.
Like twim, it's got eyebrow twims.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's got like a fifth of a trimmer. So we can program those trimmers to get the gains exactly where you want them. This is where the the telemetry that you're going to receive from a Spectrum radio is going to change a little bit between what you'll receive on a DX9 and up radio and an FR Sky, for example. So an FR Sky, you're not going to get the AS3X gain settings through telemetry like you would on a Spectrum radio, because I believe they're proprietary.
Yeah, well, that's a problem, but there's a hack around that.
And there may be.
There is. I do it all the time. I flew drones in the military, and OpenTX, man, is old stuff. All RC companies have kind of absorbed and come up with their own proprietary system, but they're all the same. And there's I like to fly target drones for Sidewinder work. I do still have some old teams. Used to run old Fox 78, put the lowest heat temperature on for the Sidewinders. But yeah, it's a programming thing. Their gyros are like flight controllers,
That's
like in a
exactly
drone.
what they are. It's a flight controller.
Yeah. And you can assign that arrow any direction you want, upside down, sideways, crooked. It doesn't matter. You just got to go in there and change the position. And being proprietary, they kind of don't let that stuff out, but it's all hackable. You can get in there and do it all. It's not that big a deal. It's just a time thing. You gotta know what the hell you're doing.
Right. And that's really the thing is knowing what the hell you're doing. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, there's not a lot of guys that know what the hell they're doing, and that's why I think there's an audience for this kind
Oh
of
yeah.
video.
In the 636, you can orientate anything
Yep.
any way you
Just
want.
like me.
As long as you tell the receiver what you're programming, you can orientate it upside down, sideways, or forward or backwards, any way you want. As long as you tell the receiver what you want to. You know, it asks you, which way is going to be orientated in the plane.
You know, Michael, and I think that is the biggest thing with the AR-636 is telling it what the orientation is, because that's where people get into trouble with it.
Well, that's the whole deal. Long as you get that right.
They give it the wrong orientation, and they tell it, that they want it to be oriented one way, and then they go in and they make a bunch of changes in the transmitter to change, like the reverse orientation of the servos, and they end up crashing as soon as they take off because the thing wants to go left, and the AS3X is going to start wanting to correct to the right. And then the whole thing is just going to do a bunch of loops, and you'll have an airplane somersaulting across the runway in no
Like
time.
any computer, garbage in, garbage out, same thing.
Exactly.
It's tell what to do.
So I gotta put you guys on mute for just a second.
I'll be honest with y'all guys. I hate programming my radio. That's one thing I despise in trying to set up a plane more than anything.
It can be a bit, that's for sure.
No, I can't stand it sometimes.
By the book, Randy. I read the manual, set it up that way, and flight that way.
Well, there's a lot of times I've got, like, I put a gyro on a certain three-way switch, or I really just want it turned on and off.
That's what I want.
And I put a Hobby Eagle in my Focke-Wulf 190. And it's got a AR-610 in it, 6-channel. And I put a Hobby Eagle gyro in it. And to get that to work off that 6-channel receiver, I've got retractable retracts in it, got bomb drop, and I'm just using the retracts on a switch. But I finally got the one switch, the three-way switch that will work that Hobby Eagle, but I can't set it up the way I want it.
Randy.
It's off in the middle, blue on one switch, and you flip it up on 3, it's in red, so it's 3D, and it's not really set up the way I want it.
Randy.
I think I'm gonna yank it out and
Hey, Randy,
a built-in.
Did you ever try the Lemon RX with stabilizer plus?
No, I haven't. I've got some Lumen receivers, 6 channels that I'm happy with, but I don't have one.
These are the stabilizer plus receivers. And what you do is you set, it comes out of the box, you set it the way you want, and you can assign a 3-position switch to have the gyro off, gyro on, or gyro on with wing stabilization, which is basically safe, okay?
Right.
And then on another switch, you have as far as the servos, you set the servos up the way they're supposed to. Basically, you move the plane around, make sure they're going the right way, and
Right.
you change the directions in the dip switches if you have to. As far as the servos themselves, you change those in the radio.
See,
As
one
far as
thing
servos-
about that Focke-Wulf, it really don't have a lot of room for an extra gyro in there, and
it's the size of a 636, and it's as big as it is. It's all in one. It's a
right.
Right. And that's why I love the AR-636 is because it's pretty small to begin with, and it has a gyro built in, so you don't have to have a receiver and a Hobby Eagle gyro, whatever gyro you choose, you know, and all of the freaking servo extensions and bullshit that goes along with adding a gyro to a standard receiver. I can't stand that shit, right? So I'd much rather use an AR636 with its lightweight and small compact form factor and do whatever I'm going to do with it, and then program that receiver to do what I want, and it still perform.
It's less than half the cost of a 626, and it's worth a try. That's all I'm saying. They're $30, and they're easy to set up.
Yeah, that is true, Michael, and I don't want to discredit, you know, the value of, say, a Lemon RX or an Admiral receiver.
Neither do I, Dave. But I'm saying Spectrum's been good to me, and I'd rather do it with a Spectrum receiver because I just don't trust the Lemon yet because I haven't really. It's not proven to me yet. But I've flown well with Spectrums, and I want to stay the same way with the same receiver. That's why I'd rather have a Spectrum in there.
Right, and if you've got a DX9, you know, and I'll tell you, the people that I've seen have problems with the Lemon receivers or like the Orange RX or whatever, the people that I've seen have problems with those are the folks that are running fairly old Spectrum transmitters that are single antenna transmitters that have like the bendy antenna.
Yeah.
And the Gen 1 Spectrum transmitters only had one antenna in them. Right. You know, so like the old school, like DX7s, DX6s, Gen 1 radios that had a single antenna, and even like, more of the DX7s.
Gen 1.8. The Gen 1.8.
Yeah, the Gen 1 radios. I want to say like your DX8s are going to be Gen 2 radios. Your Gen 2 DX9. The DX6 new version is a third generation radio.
That's what I got. Gen 3.
That's fine.
DX6.
That one's fine.
That's a good radio.
Yeah. It is. And when you get into like a safe or you know like a model that has safe select or something that you want to use an extra channel on to transmit your like your gain adjustments, the DX6 is not going to have the number of channels that you need to do that, right? So you have to have a and I don't think the DX8 has the trimmers, right? So that's what I say, like the DX9 and above are going to be the transmitters of choice for people that want to really take advantage of all the features that the AR636 has available to it. Unless you get one that's a bind and fly model that's already programmed by somebody else. You have to have a DX9 or above to be able to really do all the things that you want to do with it. Which is kind of a crappy proposition, you know, from a Spectrum standpoint.
They sell me a $300 radio, and I need more channels. Basically.
Right, and I think that the issue that a lot of folks run into is they start with. So a lot of folks will enter into the hobby with, say, an apprentice or you know, whatever airplane it is that you want to get. It'll come with like a DXE transmitter, and the DXE transmitter is not as bad as it looks. It looks like a piece of shit, but in actuality, that DXE is a 9-channel transmitter. It just doesn't. It can't store any models, and its switches are a bit limited in comparison to the switches of, say, a DX8 or a DX9 or even a DX6. It doesn't have a lot of 3-position switches. You know, so when you get into something like a DX6 or even a DX6E, and you're trying to like progress through the hobby, I think that the mistake that a lot of RC pilots make is like, well, I've got this DXE that came with my apprentice or my mini apprentice or whatever airplane you started with. I've got this DX6E or this DXE, and I want to get a new transmitter because I'm limited now. And they get into a 6-channel transmitter thinking like, okay, well, I've got ailerons, I've got elevator, I've got throttle, I've got flaps, I've got rudder, I've got gear. That's all my 6 channels. But you also need a channel to control your AS3X, and you need a channel to control like your panic mode. So you soon find out that you really need at least 8 channels to do everything
the receiver can do.
That the receiver can, exactly, Michael. The receiver needs at least 8 channels to be able to do everything that the airplane is advertised for. So, my recommendation to everybody that's getting into this hobby is, go ahead and get your apprentice or whatever. And when you've outgrown the airplane, the first thing that you want to do is upgrade your transmitter. And don't upgrade to a DX6, because as sweet as a DX6 may be, pay the extra $100 and get like a DX8. And don't get the DX8E. Get the DX8 or get a DX9. Get an 8 or a 9-channel transmitter, and you will never have to upgrade that bitch ever again.
Right.
The DX9, to me, is the sweet spot of transmitters, and I think Wesley mentioned this on the Boozers show on Sunday. The DX9 is the sweet spot of all transmitters. The DX9 Black. You get a DX9 Black, and you will never have to get another transmitter again for years and years and years. The IX-12 has a lot of bells and whistles, and maybe Wolf.
Dave, the only difference is the screen and the online capability. That's all the IX-12. And
It really is.
And the 3 extra channels, yes. Other than that,
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you. I've got an IX-12. It's right there.
Yeah.
That's my IX-12, and I've never had to use the 10th, 11th, or 12th channels. I've used all 9
right
on my F-18, and that was because on the F-18, that's the only airplane that I'm using that uses a Hobby Eagle gyro. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try a Hobby Eagle, and I got the A3 Super 3 Hobby Eagle gyro, and it still takes 8 channels to run that beast. And it's a lot. Excuse me. It's a lot of extra weight and a lot of extra cables because I had to run a 9-channel receiver to be able to use it. So, would I have been better off going with an AS3X on that particular receiver? Yes, I would have.
Hey, man, let me ask you a question. I've got a plane. It was basically a project for the last 2 years. It's a 1.7 meter A380 Airbus from Hobby King, or from Hobby King.
Yep.
And I did a lot of mods to it. I cut flaps into it, put servos in the flaps. I cut a rudder into it, put servo in the rudder. It's got stationary gear, but I did a lot of mounts to it. I was wondering what's the best receiver I could put it. I'm thinking putting a lemon receiver in it. You know, because it doesn't need gear or anything like that, but I think the lemon would be good for it. I'm saying for the money.
So
But
it doesn't need gear. Does it have like is it a fixed gear
fixed gear, yeah.
in a big airliner?
It's about the size of the AL-37, but it's an 8380.
Yeah, it's an A380 Airbus. Yeah.
Right.
And when you bought it, it did not have flaps. It just had.
And it had no rudder.
Wow. So it was aileron, elevator, and throttle only. What a piece of shit, man. You should have gotten a better model.
I can show it to you. It's nice. I did a lot of work to it, you know, livery and stuff like that. But it's a pretty nice looking plane. I cut the flaps out and with the rudder. Fuck you.
Fuck you. Sorry, man.
When you said to run it, it's not not flaperons, but to run it like a, you know, with Elevon with the elevators and the ailerons were the same, but I didn't want to run it that way. I'm running it like a normal plane.
Right. So you've cut the flaps out at this point. You've cut the flaps. How do you have the flap? Are the flaps hinged or are they
split?
So they just go straight down. They're not like a
Fowler flap.
What do they call it? Like a Fowler flap.
They're close to that, yes.
So they're close to a Fowler flap, but not quite.
No.
Okay.
They're like the flap on the L-37. The flap comes down and part of the engine is hinged down. You know, but
Right. They're probably a lot like the flaps on the Freewing F-18. It's not quite a Fowler flap, but the hinge is about an inch lower, so it looks kind of like a Fowler flap. And it performs.
So when it comes down, it comes, you know, so it doesn't bind up. It's cut on a bias. I cut it on a bias, so it comes down the right way. It doesn't bind when it comes up because it's not
right.
both sides. It's a big flap.
Right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing to keep in mind with all gyros, regardless of the flap type or anything like that. Your elevator, rudder, and aileron are really the only control surfaces that are going to have anything to do with the gyro. Right? So when you're adjusting your gyro gains, just kind of keep that in mind. And when you have the airplane in your hands on the ground, when you're doing your initial ground tests, right, and you're testing how
they all go the right way, okay?
Right. So when you're adjusting your plane and you've got the plane in your hand and you make the left wing go up, so you shake your left wing up. You want to make sure that left elevator moves, or the left aileron moves up. And when you move the back end up, you want to make sure that the elevator goes. That everything is correcting in the right direction.
As far as the gains are on the knob, what I'm going to do is I'll put it in the air and I'll set the gain. I'll set a 50% gains to take off, get in the air and see what the gains feel like, and turn it down and turn it up accordingly. Is what I'm saying. Until it till it porpoises or till it vibrates. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So if you see it oscillating and it's doing this, then turn the elevator gain or the aileron gain down a little bit. If it's oscillating and it's doing this, then turn the elevator gain down a little bit until it starts flying smooth.
Because all the gains are on the knob, okay? To turn the gains down separately, you got to have the plane on the ground to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And one of the big differences between
Right.
you know
Yeah.
any of the other receivers and the AR-636.
Yes.
And I know that on the Hobby Eagle, the A3 Super 3, I can set up a master gain control, but that master gain control is for all three axes, right? So
Knob is the same way. By default, all three gain controls when you're flying go to the R knob. Okay.
exactly.
To each one, the plane's got to be on the ground.
So you know, for example, you know, for the ARs, the AR no, the S. What the fuck is that thing called? No, not that. Look, I'm not that drunk, goddammit.
Yeah, you are.
For the A3 Super 3, for the A3 Super 3,
super.
I know nothing about
the Hobby Eagle, like if I have all my gains set to 50%, right, and I put the gain adjustment on my knob, right, on the IX12, DX9, whatever the case may be, even the DX8, yeah, like we want that shit on the knob, just the tip, baby.
Knob.
All the coconut oil.
Buddy?
So we adjust the knob to go from like 50% gain to 70% gain. It's gonna adjust all three axes to 70%, where I may not want all three axes at 70%. I only want one. Right? So when I'm initially setting up an AR-636 receiver, what I will do is, so the AR-636 has two different gain adjustment modes, right? One is an absolute gain, right? Which means that like this gain is what it's going to be all the time, right? So it's set to absolute 50%.
Now,
and then I have another one that's set to, you know, and then I can have another setting that is set to what is called relative gain.
Right.
Right, so I've got absolute and I've got relative. Right, so what I will do is I will set my gains on all three surfaces, right? So, like, say for flight mode 1.
Okay.
Hello.
I will set my absolute gain to 100%. I will set the gain at 100% on all three axes.
Wow.
Right? And then I will, and I know that sounds crazy, right? But here's what I do.
Yeah.
What I do is I set my gain to 100% on all three axes, and then I put them all on relative. And I adjust them for three different flight modes, right? So I'll put, like, say, my ailerons will be at absolute 100% on flight mode 1. And then my elevator will be absolute or relative 100% for flight mode 2. And my rudder will be set to absolute or relative 100% for flight mode 3. And then, you know, what I'll do is I'll adjust each flight mode as I'm flying. So I'll take off for the maiden flight. No gyro.
Right.
At all. I'll have everything turned down to 0. And by setting the relative gain to 100%, what that does is it allows me to adjust the gain in air to anything up to 100%. So say you had your relative gain set to 50%. And this is going to sound crazy. Even at 100% gain adjustment, like if I adjust my transmitter to give it 100% gain because it's relative to what your gain adjustment is in the in the receiver, right? So if my transmitter is set to 100% relative, and the receiver is only set to 50%, then 100% of 50% is still 50%, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
So I set my receiver to be 100% relative on the 3 axes on the 3 flight modes. Right? So flight mode 1, I may be adjusting for aileron trim. Flight mode 2, I'm adjusting for elevator trim. And flight mode 3, I'm adjusting for rudder trim.
So hence with a DX9 or 12, you have the channels where affords you can use those channels. That's all.
Exactly. So when you've got a DX9, an IX12, an IX20, a DX18, a DX20, you know, I mean, these are expensive ass transmitters. You know, without a doubt. I mean, we're talking $500+ transmitters to be able to pull this off. But that's where those transmitters earn their money, earn their value,
Well, I got a good
so to
deal on it,
speak.
so I bought it right.
Do what?
I got a good deal on it, so I bought it right. You know.
Yeah. So listen, and that's what I was saying is anybody that's getting into this hobby brand new, I'm going to tell them to buy a DX9 transmitter. Because I know from experience that a DX9 transmitter is going to get you the best value, the best bang for your buck. Because once you get beyond, you know, your 4-channel or say a 4-channel with flaps.
Yeah, I was up to 6 in a very short time.
Yeah, you're going to outgrow a 6-channel radio within a year.
In a short time.
You are. You're going to outgrow a 6-channel radio really quick. And I hate to see people that go from their beginner radio. So like you get that DXE, and then you go to a DX6, and you're thinking like, oh, the DX6 is going to do everything I want because it can do all my 6 control surfaces, man. It can do throttle, aileron, elevator, rudder, gear, flaps. That's 6 channels. But what if I want to adjust AS3X? Oh, you're fucked, buddy. What if I want to turn safe on and off? Oh, now I need 8 channel. Fucked. What if I want to panic switch? Oh, now you need 9 fucking channels. Fuck you. You don't have 9 channels.
You don't have 9 channels, buddy.
Right.
All right, man.
You're shit out of luck.
Game over, brother.
SOL.
And then they wonder how their DX6E or their DXE could do all that. Because the DXE cheap piece of shit was a 9-channel radio for $69.
POS can't do it.
But because that DXE didn't have a display and it didn't have any model memory and it didn't have anything, it didn't have any position switches, all it was like this basic, but it was a 9-channel radio the whole time.
Oh.
Like, you shot me through the heart, Spectrum. Like, you didn't tell me that the DXE was a better radio than the DX6 and the DX8 the whole time? And it's just funny to me, like, yes, the DXE is a great little radio. Awesome. For $69. Man, that is an awesome radio.
Okay.
And I think that a lot of people just dismiss it as like, oh, that's only a 5-channel radio. That's only no, that's a 9-channel radio. And it can do a lot. But you have to have the programming cable and you have to have a phone. Otherwise, it's going to be programmed for one model only forever. But if you have a phone, man, that thing can be programmed to a bazillion models. And that is a 9-channel radio, but you're very limited on like like your dual racing expo, for example. You can't like do infinite levels. You know, I think like the dual rating expo is fixed to a certain level. But for the most, I mean, that DXE is a bad little bitch. For $69. I mean, that thing is a great transmitter. I hate saying it because it's a 60. I mean, that is the best deal going on a transmitter in the history of ever. But you have to have a cell phone and you have to have a Bluetooth module. Yeah, dude, Jeff knows. I have a feeling that Jeff's played with one and he knows what it can do. Dude, that that DXE is a bad little bitch. For
I got a DX5E.
She needs a spanking.
What?
Oh, it's getting late.
It is getting late, and we're not gonna keep up with Kenny's crazy, freaking, super stream tonight.
I wasn't planning on it. Well, call it quits, guys.
I'll tell you that.
But don't take off just yet, because for the 9 people that are still in here, I want to share something with them. I'm gonna jump back into the mobile here real quick. If I can figure out how to do it, damn it.
That 6 is a great radio, Randy. It's just you run out of switches, you really do.
Yeah, if you're gonna fly jets and stuff, you're gonna need a big radio. They ain't nowhere around it.
But if you can get a DX9 on sale or get a used one somewhere, hop on it, really. And you can update it, as long as it's updated with the latest firmware.
Well, see, I first started with a DX5E, and I still got it. And it's got the reverse switches all in the bottom of the radio, which that's pretty cool. It works fine on a 4-channel plane. You can fly anything with it.
I started with DXE, then I had DX6, then I went to a DX8 Gen 2, and I ended up selling it to Dave's RC, and I bought the DX9 because it was on sale, and I got a good deal on it, and that's why I bought it.
I jumped from a DX5E to a DX6 Gen 3, and I'm where I'm at now. But I've come to realize I like to have a more channel radio.
I had DX6 Gen 3 I use for my real Flight 8. That's what I use.
Well, what are you missing on your radio?
What do you mean?
All right. Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I just like to have more channels.
Jeff, the DX6.
Are you missing like flaps or
flaps, gears?
DX6, you can have your flaps and
gyros.
You can have your gear.
You start running out of
gyro.
You run out of channels real quick.
You need a channel for your safe or for your AS3X. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, so I just wanted to show y'all my freaking crazy ass shit. I think it was John Nunes or John Nunes of all the planes.
Awesome.
I just started hanging planes on my wall. Fuck
That's
it.
what I'm gonna start doing.
And it's awesome.
It's totally awesome. Oh.
That's like my little studio area with my gay ass, LED lights. And then I've got like my 2 little 64, like F-16 and F-15 over here. and I'm gonna put those like right there. I've already figured out how like to orient them where they go along with everything else.
Yep.
You know, here's where the magic happens.
Oh, please.
And look, that's the other side of the room. It's so empty. I have so much room for more activities. But yeah, man, like this is freaking great. Like I've still got enough room to like hang another plane like here.
Yep.
It have to be a tiny one.
Nah, big one.
I don't think a big one's gonna fit. But yeah, man, I am super excited about the future of the channel and where we take it from here, man.
I'm living in a 2-bedroom condo and it's getting full of space. I got downstairs on the second floor, and I got downstairs storage. And it's kind of a pain in the ass to take planes back and forth up and downstairs in your truck and back. I'm thinking about getting one of those storage for $60, $70 a month. See how much of one I can get for that money. You know, to keep my planes in there and easy to pull up to the storage shed and get whatever plane you want for the day and go fly. It might make it a lot easier.
Yeah, you know, I've thought about doing a storage unit, and I don't know that a storage unit would be any easier than putting the shit in my house.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm saying I'm on the second floor where I live, and going up and down the stairs all the time. It sucks carrying all that shit, and you always forget something. You go back up and get it, go back down and get it, and it's just a pain in the ass, Dave. That's all I'm saying.
No, I got you, and that's why, you know, when we were looking at houses, I was looking at something where my hangar, you know, if you want to call it that, was on the same level as like the garage. So I don't have to take them upstairs, downstairs. I just take them right through the garage.
Well, let me show you. There's 4 planes right there. You know, I got planes the whole place. I got planes back there. I got an AT-6 still in a box, and an F-4 Phantom still in a box. And that's just the ones that are in this bedroom. You know, I can go show you 6 more downstairs. That's all I'm saying.
So you haven't even taken your F-4 out of the box?
Haven't flown it yet.
Well, what the hell are you worried about then? If you never fly it, it's never going to crash.
The planes I got, I want to get comfortable with, Dave. That's all I'm saying. I know it's a touchy plane. Same thing, Randy. Same thing I got.
That's my hobby. On Super Cub.
Shit.
Rebuilding. I got to finish it, and I got to put all the electronics in this 45-inch, 540-inch. I built this last winter.
Hell.
And I'm going
to
read all
Randy,
this out.
Is that a profile plane?
That's a Dollar Tree plane.
Nice.
Two sheets of foam board.
And Dave, I still got a Cessna 150.
Foam board.
Big Mustang in my Airbus in my bedroom, you know, laying against the wall. You know, and I got 4 planes downstairs, like a Timber and a clipped wing Cub and a MPD Commander.
That 540 that I built, that's what I'm gonna 3D on to learn how to do it. I'm not gonna wreck my big plane at all.
No, Randy, I'm with you.
If I wreck this foam board plane, I got 2 more sheets. I can rebuild it real quick. I ain't got nothing in it but the electronics.
Yeah, the electronic
foam board. Do what?
My time, Dave. I'm flying the Viper. I'm getting even flying the Viper. I'm gonna fly the Avani. I'm gonna fly the Shadow. That's like I feel comfortable with the F-4, you know, and go from there. That's all I'm saying. I'm just taking it. I got the planes. I bought them on sale. When I hit the button when the price is right, let them sit. That's all I'm saying.
I've got the motor. I got a 480 motor. I got a 45 amp ESC to go in it. Got 9 gram servos. I'm gonna have one servo running both ailerons. Keep the weight down. Plus, I'm gonna have 2 back here in the back with elevator and rudder, and probably put a lemon receiver in it in a 2200 3-cell battery on that big plane. It's 45-inch wings.
Randy, try it. Lemon receiver with stabilizer plus. Try it. You'll love it. I'm telling you.
I don't know if I want a stabilizer in it because I'm gonna 3D it.
You can turn the stabilizer off whenever you want. It gives you the option. I want to save. I just want the option. To need it, it's nice to have when you need it. A 500.
Oh, mercy.
You like to have it when you need it.
I might put an Admiral in it. I'm not sure, or lemon.
Well, Admiral is a lemon, just with the motion firmware. That's all it is.
The same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Lemon RX and the Admiral receivers are they're made by the same company.
The only lemons I've got right now, I've got a satellite hooked up to a lemon 6-channel in my Bixler 2, and I'm happy with it.
That's fine.
I've flown it way, way, way away from me back in a 25-acre field, and it never will lose signal.
That's fine.
I've got another lemon receiver 6-channel, no gyro, nothing.
You know, with the antennas in the specials, I never got worried about that as far as losing the connection. You know, a lot of people get messed up with losing connections because they don't put the antennas the right way. They put them, side by side. They don't put them opposite like they're supposed to be. Or they
one's supposed to be up, one's supposed to be 9 degrees.
Right. Oh, whoops. And it don't take long to fix them. It don't take long to get them the right way. Just a little piece of tape to hold them down, and you're all set.
I usually tape one inside the fuselage, then stand one straight up outside.
That too.
That's all I ever do to them.
Yeah, and what I wanted to show you guys, so you guys don't lose sight of, I got a lot of pre-made models, as you can see, but I still do the flight test stuff, man. Like this is a foam board model that's
Cool.
just ailerons. This is about a 60-inch wingspan. It is a model that I made myself. It is a Vans RV14 model that I did, and I don't have the fuselage here. It's still at the other house, and we're still not done moving yet. But this thing's badass, dude, and I love it. And I built it all, with flight test, methodologies. It's made out of foam board. I mean, the wing is here, but this plane flies like a dream. And I've got a big ass motor in it. Oh. But and a 70 amp ESC. But for the most part, I mean that plane flies amazing.
It's like when I started with an apprentice and a DXC, and that's how I started. Okay, but if I knew then what I knew now, I'd start with a DX6 and I'd start with a Timber. I really would.
Yeah.
I got bored with the apprentice in a hurry, and that's what happens.
See,
Yeah.
I got bored with the apprentice in a hurry.
I have come to find out I'm in love with 3D flying. I love to watch it. I want to learn it, but I haven't really begun.
Well, that's what I mean. I got bored with the apprentice in a hurry. After 6 months, I got bored with that plane because it's limited. It really is what it does. Flies great, don't get me wrong, but it's limited.
Yeah, I want to take his 45 and fly it in the living room here. And I probably will before it's over with.
And what I will tell you is, as much as we like to dismiss the qualities of the Apprentice, that's a great airframe.
Oh, it is. No question about it.
Yeah, that's a great airframe, and you can learn a lot, not just how to fly a model, but I mean, it's got some aerobatic chops.
I think that plane's great if it's a tail dragger. I think it's easier to land a tail dragger to me when you're first starting than it is a tricycle landing gear. I really do.
Wow. Uh, I mean, we can agree to disagree a little bit, but I think that a tricycle landing gear is much easier to land. Where I think when you're first learning, when everybody and their mama is saying, "Oh, you have to flare a little bit when you're landing,"
I don't know.
the tricycle landing gear of a trail dragger is going to kind of suggest that you want to do like a 3-point landing because you land level and you're only going to put 2 gear on the ground.
Yeah,
You
but
land with a little bit of flare and you're going to 3-point it, right? And
that
if
apprentice, the weakest point of that apprentice is that front gear, and that front what you call club has broke on me countless times the first time I had that plane. I was a tail dragger, and that's how I learned. That's how I learned to flare plane. And I'd much rather come into the flare plane because number one, I can land slower with any plane, and I can bleed off speed flaring a plane and land it a lot better than I can.
I've learned how to fly on a tail dragger.
That's the easiest way.
I don't own no tricycles at all.
Maybe that's just me, but it's easier for me to land a tail dragger than a tricycle.
Wow. Yeah, and I, to be honest with you, I did not start on a tail dragger. I started on I started with an apprentice.
So I was saying.
So to me, like when I land my apprentice, I mean, I can land that apprentice like a fucking feather. I mean, just whoosh, whoo. I mean, it is so smooth, and that's why I don't feel bad calling myself a flight coach. Like I am a flight instructor for my for the AMA club that I'm involved with.
Me myself, I feel much more comfortable with a tail dragger because I can flare a lot easier and bleed the speed off a lot easier doing that.
Wow.
My club owns a apprentice. It belongs to the club. And it's for the new people to learn with.
Yeah.
But when I joined that club, they never volunteered to teach me shit. And I didn't need their plane no way.
Yeah,
and most of the time I went and flew after they went home at 3 o'clock in the evening. So I know when they fly, they get up early and they fly at noon. And they're all gone by 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I'm only 10 minutes away. And I go down there, fly from 3 to 7 o'clock, 7:30 at night by myself. I'm happy as a lark.
I've joined 3 clubs already, and every one of them, the guys have been great. They just want to help you.
There's an apprentice in a tree up there's been in a tree for 2 years now. It won't come out.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, my apprentice ended up in a tree because, and I may have mentioned this on my channel a couple of times.
That's what I'm saying. As far as cost, when you get the RTF apprentice, is probably $279, I think it is.
Yeah, it's $280.
For a DX6 Gen 3 radio for $100 more, and I think you're way ahead of the game. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so when I bought my apprentice, I went ahead and got a DX6 radio. Which in hindsight was probably a mistake.
I got the DXE with me, but the 6 was a much better radio, yes.
That's my apprentice right there.
That's all you need.
That's a little bitty baby.
Little Cessna.
But that really is all you need.
That's all I needed.
That's Timber dollar for dollar is hands down one of the best planes on the market. That's
It's got a brush motor in it. It's got gear driven, and it don't have a lot of power. The only bad thing about this, real light and it's under power. If you fly it on real windy days, the wind will take it away from you. and you liable to find it half a mile away. But you have to fly it on calm days. But I've got it trimmed out. It flies perfect. Rudder and elevator.
Flying like the Cessna, the 2-meter Cessna. I got the T-28 coming on the way too. It's ordered. I love big planes in the wind. You know, that's what I'm saying.
So that's a 3-channel plane there, Randy?
3-channel, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
And there's
Does it have
some
a-
people take
does
them
it-
apart and they put a brush motor in it, and they put ailerons in it, and put ESC in it. But it's just a little cheap. It comes with a transmitter and radio. I've lost one prop with it. I've got that one glued on so it don't come off, but it flies real good.
I think it's going to be really. I mean, you can land that pretty much anywhere.
So does that plane have a pretty big rudder on it to be able to like force the turns? Because without aileron, I mean, and a substantial dihedral, I would assume that it'd be hard to turn without a big ass rudder.
It's not real big. It's like real slow turns.
Yeah.
Real slow turns. It's not nothing radical at all.
Nice.
It's something you can fly in your yard out here, real slow.
So listen, one of the things that I wanted to ask, and you know, there's only a couple of us in here, you know, between like myself and Michael and Randy, and I think there's a few people left in the chat. But for the folks that, you know, most of us, you know, ventured to the other live shows through Pilot Ryan's channel, you know. I mean, I came to all of this through Pilot Ryan's channel, and decided to make my own channel because of what Pilot Ryan's doing. But Pilot Ryan, you know, for the most part, with rare exception over the past couple of years, has only been doing EDFs. He's been doing jets. You know, so what I'm kind of curious about is for the folks that are still getting into the hobby, and kind of getting their feet wet in 4-channel and 5-channel, 6-channel airplanes. What was it about Pilot Ryan's channel that attracted you to that channel in the first place? Because he's flying airplanes that are way above your skill level, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I started watching Pilot Ryan when he was with Motion, and he made some great videos on a lot of planes, a lot of different planes. That's why I started watching them, and I just progressed and watched them from then.
I watched him back when he was flying Warbirds.
Yeah,
right.
When he was flying a Timber, when he was flying an Apprentice, and he did videos on all those planes.
Yeah, and something that I'm planning on doing here in the near future, like once I'm done with my AR-636 videos, I'm obviously going to work up the Havoc because I have a Havoc on the way, which, you know, that's an EDF jet, but I want to cater to you know, I don't want to say a larger crowd, but I want to cater to the folks that are beginning in RC.
What was I saying, Dave? If somebody came to me and wanted to start an RC, where do I spend my money? From what I know now, hands down, it would be a Timber and a DX6 Gen 3 radio. That's hands down. That's what I would start with.
Right. And, you know, what I want to do is I want to start it off from even before that.
I see.
You know, from before buying your first plane, you know, I want to look at, you know, what is out there from a simulation standpoint that can get your feet wet with a lot of different airplanes, but really using something like Real Flight.
That's the best. That's the best tool to start right there.
And Michael, you said it best. It's a tool. It's not a game. And I think that a lot of folks buy Real Flight
Or a game.
And then think like, oh man, I can do whatever I want. I can fly inverted, and I can crash my shit, and I don't
The
care.
balls grow. I understand what you're saying. You know, you can balls anything, you can fly anything.
Right, I can do whatever I want, and it doesn't matter if I crash. So fuck it.
It's like when you see my planes. I've got planes I got no business flying, and I'm not flying them yet because I know I don't want to plant in the ground the first time I get in the air. That's why I'm flying these planes. You get comfortable with them and be damn sure before that thing goes up in the air that I can fly it. That's all I'm saying. Why did I buy them? Because maybe I had a few extra bucks and I bought them right, and I bought them on sale. Let them sit
Right.
and fly them. That's all I'm saying.
You know, for $180, you know, before you ever fly your first RC airplane, and I know that $180 is a hard pill to swallow for a lot of folks, you know, and they're like, well, I can get this ready to fly model for $200.
Right.
And why would I bother, you know, getting this simulator first? And it's just a computer game.
Well, I
Man.
bought the RF8 last year, just the disc for $99. And I had a spare DX6 Gen 3 that was my spare radio, and I use it with the wireless dongle, and it works out great. And I can program it any plane that I want to any, whether it was dual rates or whether it's Expo, any plane that I want, and I fly every plane that's been on there. You know,
Yeah.
whether it's safe or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you get like Real Flight 8, Real Flight 9, you know, any of the newer versions of Real Flight, you're going to get an RC experience simulated, you know, of course, but you're going to get an experience that will teach if you use it as a tool. If
Right.
you use it as a video game, you're not going to learn from it. But if you use it as a tool and you make you make a disciplined effort to not crash your plane, it's going to be good for you.
The only problem I have with the game sometimes is orientation, coming in for landings and stuff like that, line up for your runway, because it doesn't pan out like you're looking at in the sky. You know, it's sometimes the plane is out of your picture and it comes back into your picture. I understand there's different ways to figure it out, but I have trouble lining up runways sometimes with that RF8. You know, but in the sky, it's nice, you know, to make it fly, you know.
And you know, there is times when, like any of the Real Flight simulators, whether you're running 8, 9, 7.5, it doesn't matter which version you're running, you're going to run into issues where you're not going to have the orientation that you want, you know. And for me, there's like a binocular mode.
I like using that. I like using that.
And
the same token, if you use that Real Flight with all the time with no wind or no nothing, no weather conditions, basically every plane is pretty much not too hard. But once you start putting wind to death, you got to use it. You got to make it harder on yourself to learn how to adjust that plane in the wind, in different crosswinds and different gusts and this and that. Once you do that, you can fly the real thing.
Yeah, and that's what I would suggest to anybody that's considering, you know, using Real Flight as a tool, or even like the students that I've had that I've said, hey, you should really consider getting Real Flight, is go ahead and set up the weather conditions.
Right.
You know, set up your crosswinds or your upwinds, downwinds, whatever.
Play around with
it. Set up your winds, set up your wind speeds, and set up your turbulence, where your weather conditions are going to be more in line with what you would experience. Exactly, what you would experience in real life.
Right.
You know, because if you just start up Real Flight out of the gate, it has no wind.
Right.
It has no turbulence. It doesn't have any wind speeds, any wind direction, nothing. So you can fly anything, and it'll feel great, and you'll be like, "Oh man, I can fly a fucking turbine." No, you
What's
can't.
nice about that Real Flight? It comes with the blades, but you go. There's a site that you go after. I got it on bookmark, but There's a site you can go to. You can download any plane that's ever been made and add it to that real flight and fly that plane.
Yeah, yeah.
Dave, you shouldn't ever ask me what I advise for people to fly, because I started with this little 3-channel Cessna, and this is what I learned how to fly on, is this right here. I went from a 3-channel to that.
Yeah.
And this
That's
is
hard to fly.
This is what taught me how to fly, is this bird right here.
It's hard to fly that plane.
I had more fun with it. What? It's so much fun to fly.
It's hard to fly.
It's well, it's a VTOL. You can take off vertical, off the ground. You can do a lot. You fly this like a drone if you want to, but this plane got me into flying. I've got many flights on this XK, many flights, and it's got a 6-axis gyro in it, and the motors will spin harder or slower depending on how you turn it. But you got on the back, and it turned on a dime. But I probably got 12 sticks of super glue in this plane.
Right.
But as far as a beginner's plane, oh Lord.
It's like during Christmas, I was over at the hobby shop, just looking at the inventory, shooting shit with the guys, and the president of our club walks in, and he was picking up 2 of those E-Flight F-27 Evolutions, I think, the mini ones, or conversions. I think they were on sale for $99.
The minis are easy to fly. The full scale,
They're hard to fly. I said, Brian, go over that real flight. They got a real flight set up. I said, go fly it right now. And let me see how you can fly it, because there's a VTOL. And he's a good flyer. He flies balsa planes, big planes, and that. He goes and flies this thing and puts it in the ground 3 times in a row. He says, you're right. This thing's hard to fly.
Dude, that Evolution is a bitch. That thing is fast as fuck.
Yeah, the big one's easier to fly than the little ones. It's a touchy plane. It really is.
The VTOL, you got to be on you. Sometimes the gyro in it gets real twitchy.
That's the same
thing. Best thing to do is take the battery out of it and replug it up, because it'll clear all the nonsense out of it. It does some crazy stuff, twitching and flying into the ground for no reason.
Yes,
So it was a good learning plane for me. But I mastered it, and I got many flights with it. It really taught me how to fly. Really liked it. Still got it.
I'm more of a scale flyer. I've got ever since I see these guys flying the wings, and this never interests me. These FPV wings. I just never I want a plane that looks like a plane and flies like a plane. That's all I wanted.
You can take off like straight up with it.
Yeah.
And go up 15, 20 feet and flip a switch and it just take off.
Yeah.
Or you can take off on the wheels on the ground and just gun it and it just take off. But it don't like switching back and forth from VTOL. If you plug the battery up in a flying mode and take off from the ground, and if you flip it to VTOL to try to bring it up, it gets all wigged out.
It's real touchy.
Oh yeah. It's got a Futaba radio that come with it.
Yeah, and I know once you get those evolutions up to speed, man, like an aileron roll, like you can just woo!
Yeah, done. Especially the big ones. Not the small ones are touchy. The big ones are easier to fly. I'll tell you right now.
This is like a 20-inch wing. What this is. It's a lot of fun. That was my second plane, Dave. From the 3-channel, I went to that one.
Yeah, and like I'm still And look, don't get me wrong. I love Ryan. I really do. That guy has helped me a ton, especially since I decided to start like an aviation based YouTube channel. Any question that I've had, I've been able to bounce it off of Ryan. He has stopped in the middle of his day, right? Like I'll ask him questions at like 2:00 in the afternoon, right?
He's full of knowledge.
You know, he and I are friends on Facebook. I'll shoot him something on, Facebook Messenger. And this guy will stop in the middle of his day and he'll be like, hey, have you got time for a phone call? Like, what? And he and I we'll talk on the phone for 2 or 3 hours.
It's like when I started flying, I started with the impressive stuff like that, but the most I did, I run a train for a living, okay? And on a train, to run a railroad is hard. It's easy, but it's hard to know what your next move is, okay? And the best way to learn is to watch people and to learn by watching. You could be to be a conductor is easy, but to run an engine is different, And there was times you spend a year or two watching people before you run a locomotive, before you touch a throttle. And the same way is with flying. And I'm self-taught, but it helped me watching people asking questions and picking this guy's brain and picking this guy's brain and deciding with yourself what the best way is. And you learn the hard way or you learn the easy way. That's all I'm saying.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. And there was nothing dissimilar about that to when I was learning. I mean, so there's a lot of people on a submarine. You know what I'm saying? Like a Navy submarine. It's a 10,000 ton vessel. It's a huge ship.
Right.
Even though like a submarine is one of the smallest ships that the Navy has, it's like 362 feet long. I mean, it's a big. It is a big bitch. It's longer than a football field. That's the smallest submarine there is. So people that are like, oh, submarines are too small. They're not that fucking small, dude. They're pretty big ass ships.
It's like, hey, when I'm on an engine, I'm driving a locomotive is easy. Pulling a train is a different story. When you're talking 20,000 tons behind you, it's easy to go up a hill. But don't forget, you got to come down that hill too.
Right. And that's the thing with submarines, right? Is you can, like, I sat in the control room for years. Years, I sat in the control room because I'm on the other side of the control room. I'm tracking contacts and I'm making sure that we're not going to hit anybody. And I'm doing this and I'm doing that and whatever.
Right.
And I hear all the commands happening. Like dive, make your depth this, and chief of the watch, pump this much water out to sea and ingest this much water from sea.
I mean,
I've heard all of that 100 times, 1,000 times,
Yeah, I'm the same
10,000
way on the
times.
train. So, there's so many rules I have to follow. It's ridiculous as far as the FAA. My brake pressure, this and that, my speed.
Right.
And I'm all GPS enabled. They know exactly what I'm doing. If I do something wrong in their blue room, where they dispatch all the trains, alarm goes off that I'm doing something wrong. And I'm out of work, okay? But say they assign you a trainee, and he's with me for 6, 8 months, a year sometimes. He doesn't touch my train, my throttle, till I know he's ready to touch it. Because you're talking that much weight, and you're talking a 2% grade. That's a lot of pushing. It's a lot of pushing and pulling.
Right.
And what's going to pull you, and you got to know how fast you're going. And you got to know your terrain in front of you, your curves, everything, and you got to be qualified for everywhere you go.
Yeah, and I think with trains, to a huge degree, you guys are dealing with a lot more dollar value than we are with a submarine. Like
millions of dollars of whether it's auto parts or cars or produce for that matter. You name
right.
it.
Like we're dealing with a $2.1 billion platform.
Yeah.
And I think with the train, especially when you consider like today's train world, we're dealing with trains that are 2 miles long. 2 fucking miles that are going 60 miles an hour down the freaking tracks.
Dave, I'm like like an airplane pilot. He's in the air, but I'm FRA regulated too. Okay.
Oh,
So
dude.
that's why I don't drink much as far as my job. I'm drinking a little more, but I'm saying everybody thinks driving a train is easy. Wow, blow the whistle to little kids. I gotta know where I am, how fast I'm going, how much brake power I got at all times, and what my brakes are doing, and what my engine is doing.
Exactly, and as a diving officer of the watch on a submarine, I will say that I was effectively the pilot in command. There was someone telling me where they wanted me to fly, but I was the pilot.
Right.
So I was the guy that was sitting behind the people on the stick saying, okay, stern, inboard planesman, make your depth, this many feet and maintain this many degrees of down bubble. This guy, you do this. Chief of the watch, you maintain this, whatever. There was so much going on in my head at any given time that understanding that I was in control of of everything that was going on with a $2 billion submarine. That's a lot of fucking money, man. And I'm responsible to the fucking taxpayers, man. Like that was
my conductor. The conductor's the boss of the trade. Okay, I do what he tells me. There's
right.
one thing he cannot tell me to do is to speed up. He can tell me to slow down, but he cannot tell me. He tells me to go backwards, forwards. He's my eyes and ears in the back of the train, but he cannot tell me to speed up. That's one thing he can't do.
Right. And there's a lot of similarities there then between driving a train and driving a submarine. Other than the fact that you guys really don't get to control, what direction you're going at any given time.
Right.
You control the speeds, and that's I don't know. I mean, I assume that that's kind of it, but
You're dealing with a lot of physics. You're dealing with a lot of weight.
Yeah, on a submarine, we're dealing with
A lot of ballast, and
there's absolutely, the diving officer is absolutely in control of the ballast of the ship.
right.
So whether that's a forward bias or a rear bias, stern bias, left bias, right bias. We have to determine based on the speed that we're traveling how much weight we want distributed throughout the ship to maintain a proper, and we didn't call it a center of gravity, we called it a center of buoyancy, right? Because we're underwater, and the effect of physics that we have is pulling the ship up rather than pulling a plane down. Right, so it's not a center of gravity; it's a center of buoyancy.
Like same with me. When I get to work, before I get to work every day, I sit down with my conductor for 15 minutes, and I read what they call a bulletin. A bulletin comes out of the computer probably every hour or two. You have to have the latest bulletin before you can move that train. And what that bulletin tells you is sometimes they're working on tracks and there's speed restrictions around curves and this and that. And I just highlight that, and it's basically my triptych, okay?
Yeah.
And I have to, how fast I'm going, where I am at all times. But as far as my brakes, I have 3 sets of brakes on a train. I have air brakes just like a normal truck. I have emergency brakes, which I'll run on air, and I have what they call dynamic brakes. And that's why it's a diesel engine. It doesn't run the train. The diesel engines power a generator that runs my traction motors, and my dynamic brake is basically a traction motor that slows you down when it goes in reverse. Okay. And you got to flare each one out, in and out. You got to know how much air to put in the brakes to know how much to slow down, depending on the grade that you're on, whether you're going uphill or downhill or around a curve. If I'm going more than 2-3 miles an hour over the speed limit for that part of the track for more than, say, 10 seconds, I find out about it. Let's put it that way.
Right. Yeah, and I guess the difference there is a submarine, a U.S. fast attack submarine.
Right.
Let's go ahead and add that caveat to it.
Okay.
A U.S. fast attack submarine is designed to be the jet fighter of the undersea world. So we don't have a lot of constraints on what we can and can't do underwater. When we are submerged, I can take a turn with as much rudder authority as I want to apply, with as much speed as I want to have on.
Right.
And everybody just has to hold the fuck on because the frame of the ship is going to hold up. You know, whether or not people are going to hold their lunch is a completely different story.
But I have so many regulations I have to follow from the government. It's ridiculous, and it's all safety. It's mostly safety related.
Right. But like a train can go off the tracks. Like a submarine, you know, is generally designed to go like, you know.
And it's happened to me. But what I'm saying, when that does happen, they try to blame the conductor, the engineer, all the time. It's always
absolutely.
It's never
so
the
like on a submarine, you know, we're pretty much, you know, keel to the top of the ship. We're pretty much straight up and down, and when we turn to the right, we try to stay straight up and down. But the faster we're going, you know, you have a lot of inertia of water that's having an effect on something. So if we try to turn to the right, you know, we turn to the right and, you know, oh no, you've got this thing, you know, that's water, and the sail on the top of the ship is
pushes it back. Right.
Yeah, so it banks into the turns exactly the same way an airplane does.
Right.
Because of wind effect and things like that. You know,
Now,
so
like when I go around a curve,
yeah,
you
I mean,
gotta realize I'm driving sometimes on a rail that hasn't been touched in 50 years. The ballast is the same. The ground.
Right.
The same.
But if you bank into a turn, that rail, that fucking train is coming off the tracks, man.
Sometimes it gives and it comes. That's what I mean. You can't, and it's not usually the engine; it's the cars behind you because they cause the pressure, the outside pressure, and it naturally pushes that rail to split, and boom, the cars are on the ground, and you got a derailment. And at that point, the cars separate, the air hoses separate, and the train stops when it stops. The emergency brakes it in. That's what
Louisville and Nashville Railroad. I lived 2 houses from a double track north of Nashville.
Okay.
And they were all the time up there repairing the wood in there.
Oh yeah, the ties
and driving new nails in.
There's still some places that haven't done it in years, Randy.
Because you can hear the cars going across it go clank and clank and clank and clank and clank. And it's not the train, it's the track.
That's what it is.
And what they do, they come in, they check that shit out, and they service it. They keep it serviced. Because where I lived, you had inbound coming from north into Nashville, and you had outbound, and the double tracks where I live is where one parked while the other one passed.
Did you ever see when they run a rail grinder? That's to smooth the rail out. It's neat to watch them at night because you see all the sparks and that, and they're grinding basically that rail so it's smooth.
We should put pennies up there.
Oh yeah.
And if we could find them, they'd be flat as a quarter, and sometimes you can see Lincoln's face in it, and it'd be size of a quarter. Sometimes it'd hit it so hard that it'd flip it where you couldn't find them. But
the only thing I'm a lucky man because I love my job. I love going to work every day. I wish I was still working. And when you do that, you're a happy man. You know, when you go to work and you love what you do every day. The one thing I hate is some things are out of your hands, especially when I tell you there's people that get killed on the rails that you don't hear about in the news every day. Okay.
We used to hop trains, Michael, when we was teenagers.
And I see people doing that now, and you don't know how dangerous that is. You really don't.
Well, I know how dangerous it is, but we lived life on the edge. We'd hop one, and
I
if it was running slow enough, we'd grab on it, get inside of the box car, because most of the time the doors are open.
Yeah.
We'd hop in and ride up to about 2 miles and jump off, roll. We had a swimming hole up there. We go swing out of a tree.
Most of the time, people are killed. It's 80-90% of the time, it's a suicide. And those don't really bother you. The ones that bother you when you come around a turn, you see some kids playing on the rails. And you gotta understand that train. If you're not listening for it, it's quiet. It sneaks up on you, and it's there in front of you. And how many people try to beat railroad tracks is I don't know how many could try that, but there's so many people that that think they're going to beat that train and they'll never win.
They're crazy.
They're crazy, nuts. And you never hear about it on the radio. You never hear about
that train that's 35,000 tons.
Not that heavy, but
or whatever, competing against a car that's like 2 tons.
That train is not forgiving.
That train don't give a fuck.
It can't stop on a dime. It takes forever to get one of them to slow down.
I'll go 60 miles an hour with a full train full of cars or auto parts, stuff like that.
And they all pushing the engine.
Takes me a mile and a half to stop.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
That's the one thing I don't like.
I lived around the train tracks all my life.
You're helpless.
Yeah, and if you can't stop, I mean, that's when people die.
That's what I'm saying.
And what can you do about it? I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing that can be done.
It's like
L&N.
It's like the natural progression. Planes have authority, then boats, then trains, then cars, then people. So if I hit somebody, if I'm drunk or something, I'm going to jail. If I do something wrong, I'm going to jail. But if I do everything by the book, which is most of the time, I'm in the clear. Okay, it wasn't my fault. Okay, but look at that guy in Philadelphia a couple of years ago. He drove that amateur trainer on the curve. He basically had a sleep apnea and he fell asleep. He probably had the throttle going, went around a curve too fast, and derailed 60 cars and killed about 20 people. It was about 3 years in Philadelphia.
I remember seeing that, and that guy, he was asleep, and he took that turn at like 100 miles an hour.
Right.
When we first moved there, Michael, we lived there 14 years, and I don't know, in the 4th grade on, but we lived there 14 years, and when we first moved there, the trains would come in at certain times around midnight. It's like you could time it.
Oh yeah.
They were on time every night, every day. And you got used to it. But when we first moved there, they come through so fast that the windows in the house would shake and rattle.
Yeah.
But once you lived there so long, you just got used to it. You don't pay no attention.
Well, what I'm saying is it's whether it's a sub or a train or a plane, it's all parallel as far as it's very similar. It's more similar than people would think. Like you say, Dave, it's the same kind of principles for everything. Whether you're flying or you're in a submarine or in a train, and it's all universal, I guess.
And right now, where I live, I'm in a flight pattern from Nashville, NBA, to somewhere northeast, because they fly this pattern right over my place here, going to northeast. You can see them all day long, flying from Nashville back and forth. I'm just north of Nashville.
But what I'm saying, by the same token, if I'm going down the road and I'm looking at all these gauges, my brake pressure, this and that, and if one of them doesn't jive what I think it should jive, I have to stop that train. and that train doesn't move until it's fixed. You know, say my brake pressure loses a little pressure. I've got to stop that train as best I can before somebody comes over to look at it and fix it. That's why, you know, freight trains are different from passenger trains. Passenger trains are light and they run on a schedule. Freight trains don't run on a schedule. They get there when they can.
Those wheels in the back of those cars that turns and unlocks the lock
That's a handbrake.
mechanism,
That's a handbrake. That's a brake for each car.
we never could get them things loose. We try to unlock them when they're sitting up there. We pranked the railroad station.
There's a lever. There's a lever on the bottom of each one, and it releases the pressure. It's like if you ever seen the trains that are full of semi trailers, if they're going through big cities like New York or Chicago, especially in New York, you're restricted to go a certain speed and have a certain amount of brake pressure in them, because what the brake pressure does is it keeps them together, bunches the cars up. It's called
Right.
they keep the slack together, because those trains go so slow through, say, New York City, that there's gangs that'll get on that train, open the back of that boxcar, back of that trailer, and try to rip the stuff off no matter what's in there, and they'll just try to steal that stuff before you get through the city. And there's cops all over the place. Look, railroad police that watch this all the time as far as your train. And you got to keep those trains bunched together. And if you ever notice on a train, they're always back to back, the trailers, okay? The semi-trailers, they load them on that train car back to back. So the doors don't open.
So they can't get in them.
Right. But sometimes if you got to stop, you got to keep them bunched up, because if you don't, they'll climb up in there, open the door, break the seal, and steal what's ever in there, whether it's Sony computers or cameras or whatever, radios. There's so much vandalism, especially because I'll run through the worst parts of town in every city that I go to. And whether it's in Chicago or New York, you got to watch where you're going through, because they'll do that all day long.
You know, and there's a reason they say, like, oh, all the druggies live on the other side of the tracks.
Right.
Like the railroad tracks seem to be like the line of demarcation between the right side of things and the wrong side of things. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that all the vandalism happens on the same side of the track, which just happens to coincide with the wrong side.
It's like for Mikey's, I go east and west out of Buffalo. I go west to Cleveland and Toledo, Ohio. East, I go to Albany, New York. The ride to Albany is so much more scenic by train. I'm going along the Erie Canal and through the, you know, it's a lot more nice to look at. When I'm going west to Cleveland, it's boring because you're going through Erie, Pennsylvania, which is an armpit, and Cleveland, which is an armpit, and you're not in the best parts of town. You're in the worst parts of town. So it's different, but it's a lot of fun. But like I say, whether it's a plane, a sub, or a train, or a boat, they all have similar rules.
Hey, Marshall, I'm fixing to cut out of here, my man.
Yeah, I think we're all, we're all about to cut.
We're zoomed out for the night.
Yeah, I got up late yesterday, but I'm getting tired.
We were zoomed up for a while, man. It was cool.
Yeah, it was good.
It's all good to get together, talk.
Once in a while,
I want to ask you something, Dave. How did you connect to YouTube? You do it through Zoom? There's supposed to be a thing in Zoom where you can connect to YouTube through it. Through the Creator Studio.
You know, you may be absolutely right.
Are you running OBS?
I am running OBS, and I don't know shit about anything else with Zoom yet. So tonight
I looked at it. I looked at it a little bit tonight, and I'm gonna try to do a test run, maybe through Zoom, connect it straight into YouTube Creator, and maybe do a test run with it, see how it works. I'm not sure. I've got OBS on my computer, but I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah, so OBS is pretty pretty simple, and I say that from
I really
it's
don't
not
want to
that
use
simple.
OBS to connect to it, but I think I can use it through the Creator Studio. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, so if there's a way to stream from Zoom where you can put like your stream ID and all that crap in,
Yeah,
that,
you get a stream number from YouTube. You add it
right?
into it, and that's all you need. And
Yeah, I haven't
I'm able to do that, but I'll try to figure it out because OBS and Zoom, I just soon to have Zoom straight into YouTube if I can. But I might try to monkey with it, do some test streams. I'm not sure. You might see me on some live channels before it's over with.
Oh no,
That'd be bad.
scary thought.
We'll have strippers and hookers up in here. Ha ha ha.
Oh shit.
And girls making sandwiches
There you go.
in the kitchen
Gotta be doing that.
and bringing beers.
I was gonna say, Randy, that's probably your guys that have been running like YouPorn and all that crap over YouTube streams. And I don't do all that kind of stuff, so I haven't played enough around with Zoom yet to try all of the different features that it has.
If you host a meeting, you go down the bottom. Right now, I'm not a host, so I don't see it. But as a host, you can go right down here in the middle, down here at the bottom, where it says leave meeting. And you should see a button that says options.
Yeah, I see like advanced
You
sharing
click on
options.
that, you see something, stream on Facebook or stream on YouTube, and you can stream on YouTube gaming, and it should be able, if you got your streaming key from YouTube channel.
Oh, look, GB Linden just jumped in.
You should be able to maybe connect that way into YouTube. But I haven't tried it yet. I've just looked at it tonight a little bit before I come on.
Yeah, I have not tried doing it yet where I could, stream into anything more than just
Do you have that button down there in the options or more? It's on the right-hand corner.
I mean, you can see what I'm seeing right now because I'm just sharing my screen.
Okay.
But like I see manage participants, invite, share. And in the share thing, I have like multiple participants can share simultaneously, advanced sharing options. I mean, right now, I am probably not in a good state of mind to be trying to do anything advanced with Zoom because I feel like a big dummy at this particular point in my life.
I'll just try it maybe tomorrow or day after and see what I can come up with. But I don't want to run. I run OBS tonight a little bit, looked at it, and I don't care for it. Looks like it's way too complicated. Should be able to do it an easy way. But I'll try to figure it out.
What's GB saying?
He was asking if Fred was here. And I was like, if Fred Baird's here, as many hours as we've been going, I should have a few $100s.
If you put up, if you plus
And
up, it shows Fred's here, still here.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like, I need to start putting my PayPal link like every few minutes. So Fred will just keep shooting $50.
I believe Fred's dead.
Fred might be gone. But you know, for everybody that has come into the channel tonight, thank you guys for showing up. This was a very spur of the moment type of thing. You know, initially Dave Bledsoe was on, and he did a great show, and he was showing some sweet flamethrowers, and then Pilot Ryan came on at about 11:30. And, you know, right after midnight, you know, he was talking about doing a Zoom session. And I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll do a Zoom session. So I went ahead and fired the Zoom session up at about, you know, midnight 30. And we've been in here ever since. And I think we're all tired.
It was good though. It was good to do that every few days, every week or so, every couple of weeks.
Yeah, man, it is awesome. It's awesome to jump in and
typing all the time, and it's nice to put a face with a name too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think by now we're all like familiar with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, like y'all all know that I have a face for radio, and I shouldn't be doing YouTube live streams at all. But
I just like to hang out with guys.
I think the more we talk to each other, the better we know each other too. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with that.
GB Linden is in bed right now. That's
He
awesome.
just got back from a party in bed.
Fuck you, GB.
Yeah, GB. Fuck you. Look, we all hung out in a damn stream where you were drinking until like 3 or 4 in the morning, and we all hung out. So you owe us. The whole damn RC community, you owe us.
Damn lightweight. What you doing here, GB?
You damn adult grape juice. Don't give me any of that garbage. That shit was so funny.
It's only 2 o'clock where he is.
That's true. That's true. It's way later where I am.
He said, F you too.
Look, man, it is way beyond 13-year-olds in YouTube. This is definitely not a children's chat at this point.
No.
If it is, fuck you, parents, for letting your kids watch this. You dirty, dirty bastards.
Let me just say, Dave, I'm looking forward to those receiver videos, and I want to learn. So maybe I can do it by myself. That's all I'm saying. But if worst comes to worst, I'm going to send you some receivers and have you program for me. That's all.
Yeah, not a problem at all, man.
Dave, do it. You know, if you, like I say, just point us in the right direction. I can get on a computer and get on Spectrum site, and I know what to look for as far as the dashboard. I just want to know what settings to put in there. What, you know, like I say, garbage in, garbage out. Put the right things in.
All I can say, you're never too old to learn.
Absolutely not, man. I'm not
Never
exactly
too old. You're never too old to learn.
No.
I'm not retired yet, but I'm not the youngest kid on the freaking block anymore either. You know, so I am a true testament to never being too old to learn. You know,
I'm to the point, as far as Spectrum, I'm to the point where I know how to plug the receiver in, get on the Spectrum site, and download all E-Flake planes, but I want to do different planes. So I'm not to the point. I know how to get to the dashboard. I know how to change things there. I just want to know what settings do I put for which plane. And how to figure it out. That's all I'm trying to say.
And
what are the best ones to start with and how to tune it the right way. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and Michael, I think that's where we're going to be able to get you to at the end of this series of videos. And I know that you know, the guys from Spectrum did some videos a few years back, and hopefully I'll be able to explain it in a way that makes it a little more accessible to folks that are not intimately familiar with everything that's going on within that software. Because, you know, while a guy from Spectrum can say, oh yeah, stick priority works like this, I want to be able to show it to you. And like, you know, when you watch what stick priority is doing inside the radio, as you move the stick from the right hand side to the left hand side and see what stick priority is doing and understand like what makes AS3X so much better than every other gyro on the market.
Right.
You know, because there's a reason that when people, you know, say like, I love AS3X, I hate programming it because they just don't understand what they're doing.
Right.
When you understand what you're doing, and
That's why I buy plug and play. Because I
Right.
could buy it and go.
the bind and fly models are the best things on the planet, man. And when you get a
Thumbs
bind
up.
and fly model, you know, and you're reaping the benefits of having an AS3X receiver that's been programmed by Horizon Hobby experts, guys that understand the technology, that know what they're doing.
There's 6 or 6 receivers I have. I probably have 6 or 8 of them, okay? But they're from 2 of them are say from planes that I've crashed, or 2 to 3. And the first thing I do is pull that receiver out of there and throw it in a drawer because I'm going to use it again sometime.
Right.
And some are, you know, some that are for different planes, but I'm more interested in the non-E-flight planes to use that receiver in because I want to.
Right.
It's like smart batteries. I want to keep them all Spectrum. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep them all.
Dave, when you get all these programming things up, I'll watch every one of them.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And I hope that it's more than just the people that are subscribed to my channel that will watch those.
It will be.
And that this series of videos is what helps to get us to the next level.
That first 1,000 is the toughest.
You know, because, I mean, within the first month, we hit 1,000. Or we hit 100. You know, within 2 weeks, and I haven't even posted a video in the last 2 weeks, other than my live stream, you know, last night. I'm already up to 160.
Right.
You know, so I think that we've got a good thing going here. And we're going to be able to get a lot of people on board and learning things that they were intimidated by or otherwise thought they weren't able to do. And I
Dave?
hope that that gets people interested in the hobby and interested in doing things that are a little more advanced than what they believed were within their realm of possibility.
I'm gonna give you some advice that I've learned the hard way. When you use tags in your videos, use your channel name in your tag.
What?
Well, I'm gonna show you some videos of mine, and I'm gonna show you the tags I've got in it. Hang loose.
Yeah, man. What's up, Farmer Man? Look, I know that I have been, you know, just blabbing, but I keep like staring back at the chat every now and then. I see that we got Farmer Man back and we got GB Linden in the house tonight.
Oh, Jesus. Let me turn my YouTube back on.
Hey, you want me to turn my IX12 on? It's fully charged.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to hear it. You got to hear it once.
I think that I removed those.
Oh, damn. You got to hear it once.
Those obscene gestures.
Here you go. I'm gonna show you something. It's called TubeBuddy, and you need to try to get this. I'm gonna move us over here, but this is TubeBuddy right here. It's an app you can use for free, and it tells you how your views are, total views, subscribers, videos. But down here's your tags. Right here,
Yeah.
tags. See my name right here? That's my channel name right here.
Right.
I'm gonna hit this button that says show search ratings. Watch this. I got hit 5 times just on my name. 3 on 3D, 11 times on Horizon Hobby, extra 306 times, 306 times, Binding Fly, 3S, 3X, Safe, Select 3 times, E-Flight 8 times. This is how people find you.
Yeah.
E-Flight was 8 times. This is how people find your channel.
You
So
know,
make-
I was hoping that they found my channel just based on penis size. Apparently that doesn't work.
You could put that on there, I guess, and you might find some people searching for that, and they'll find
One
your channel.
dude.
But I'm just
Well, you're
saying,
saying if you start out your videos, your tags are, you know, Avanti or E-Flight or the bigger names, you'll get more people look at it. They show up on their computers automatically. That's all I'm saying. When they
this
search-
is on the E-Flight 300, but this is my tags I've used. And you can put Ryan's name on there, or you could put Catherine. You can put other people's channels on there if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And they search for them, they'll find you too.
Right.
Yeah, so, you know, just out of like curiosity, shits and giggles, whatever, I wanna do that same thing to mine. Where
But make sure you put the air marshal on there.
no, I don't have those in there right now. So if
Well,
I go to
I'm just-
videos on the radio. You start out with Spectrum AS 366 by Dave Air Marshal, RCE Marshal. That's your tag for that. And that-
Yeah, it's for your channel. Make sure you tag that in your every video. Put the RC Air Marshal
Right.
tag in each video.
yeah,
Because
so I'm gonna go by. Let's start by.
You can go in and edit every one of your videos that's up and add different tags to it.
Look at that jackass throwing his arms up in the air. Okay, so how do I see those same things that you were looking at before, where you had all the different tags and stuff like that?
What site was that, Randy? What site was that?
Well, what I use is called TubeBuddy. TubbYTube. TubeBuddy. TUBE Buddy. BUDDY.
Yeah, I got you.
And you add that app to your YouTube channel, and it'll give you all that stuff I just showed you on mine.
Oh, I got you.
Ryan uses a paid prescription of that, but I use a free one.
But I would
Paid is
assume
better.
I would assume that there's a way for me to see all that. Like, look, here's. Well, I assume you guys probably can't see it right now because there's a little bit of a delay. Well, you guys can probably see it.
You have to share it. You have to share it in here for us to see it.
Oh. Hold on.
Hit share, then go click on it and hit share. Then
Sure.
and we'll all be able to see it in here.
Video analytics.
I prefer to call them video analytics. So, what I can't see is, how many people are clicking on certain, what the hell are those things? The tags that are on the videos.
You have to go to your video manager.
Video manager?
Video manager.
Man.
And get your videos up.
It's too late for this shit.
Where, oh, manage something. You bastards are all up in my stuff. Let me get that out of the way. So I don't want to manage my YouTube account. All right, yeah, I can't see all that crap. It is too late for that shit, Michael. God damn it. It's probably something. Oh, skip.
There you go. Video manager. Click on that. Bring up your individual videos.
Yep.
Okay, click on one that you want to look at.
Sure.
Okay, pause it.
All right.
Go down below it
Uh-huh.
to where it says edit video.
Okay.
Click it. Okay. Scroll down. Scroll down.
This is, I can't scroll down no more. That's as far
Okay.
scrolled as I can get.
Then go back up. Hit more options.
More options. Like,
Slide basic.
oh, I got you.
I don't see where you can add tags.
Oh, the tags are here. Oh, there are no tags on this video.
Yeah, you ain't got nothing there. Type in your
That's done. Hold
Type
on. Let
in.
me go back to a video that does have tags. Like this one.
you need to start using them, Dave.
No, I got you. But this one actually has tags in it.
You got a few tags in this one. You need to add your channel name to it.
Yep. So if I go here,
Just go down there, click in tags,
yep.
and type in, click right here, down here, beside Hobby RC. In your tag square.
Oh,
No.
damn it.
Open it up. Type in right there the RC Air Marshal.
Look, man. Oh, there it is.
All right, hit enter.
I was like, did I even type that shit in right?
Yeah, it looks like it. Now go up to save.
Yeah, I done did that.
Okay.
But, how can I see? I guess that's with TubeBuddy, how I can see how many.
TubeBuddy will give you the best. When you start putting your information in, it automatically find the best tags for your videos.
Oh, I got you.
It will suggest best tags for it in your descriptions and things.
Yeah, I want somebody to send me a tag that says like, the best tag for this video is sexy ass bitch.
Right.
I put the
Yeah, yeah.
highest when I do a search for the kind of plane or the branding of my planes I'm using. I'll search the shit out of it until I get the highest response from that tag, and that's the ones I'll use in my videos. That makes sense to you?
It does, man. And I guess my the thing that doesn't really make a lot of sense is putting my own channel name in there, because I assume right now that most people don't know my channel, so they're probably searching for something like E-Flight.
That's why I gotta put E-Flight or Spectrum.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot.
Commercial.
You'll see a lot of big YouTubers in the RC game. They'll use their own tag and their own tags.
Right.
And they're doing it for a reason, because a lot of people just types in Pilot Ryan and boom, there it is. It pops up in the searches.
Right.
If you search right now, you go to search E-Flight 300 Extra, I probably fall in about the 4th video down. That's just the way I've got it tagged and the views I got on it.
Well, guys, I had fun at the party.
Yeah, man. I'm dying.
Yeah. I get some sleep, but at least it's a holiday tomorrow.
I'm trying to stay awake.
We're gonna we're
that's why we
gonna
did
we're
this.
gonna teach Dave how to use YouTube, and he's gonna teach us how to program a RX.
We gotta sleep first, Randy. We gotta sleep first.
Yeah. It might not be tonight that we learn how to use YouTube.
It will be at night, though.
Sleep for dead
It
people.
definitely will.
You know that. Sleep for dead people.
And I think that's where I'm at, Randy. I think if I don't get some sleep, I'm gonna die.
That's right.
Very true. Yesterday I got up at 1:30 in the afternoon. I slept in. That's why I'm not really sleepy right now.
Yeah, I do the same thing, man.
I'm retired. I don't have to get up and work. It's like tonight. This morning I'm getting into bed early. It's gonna be past noon before you see me anywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm not retired, but I'm a director at my company, so I don't really have to go into work. I can just sit at home and yell at people.
All I have to do is sleep and pay taxes.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to get to that point. I'm not there yet. But
I tell you what, retirement is not what you think it is. I miss working, seriously. I quit work back in 2008 with disability. And that's the hardest thing I ever did, quit working.
Yeah.
It's hard to get used to.
Hardest thing I ever did, too. I'd love to be working right now.
I got a lot of years left before those days hit me.
59, I haven't worked in 4.5 years.
I haven't worked since 2008.
Oh,
I finally applied for my disability in 2010, and I got it January 2011.
I still can't I can't reach this right shoulder, so you can see it on the screen. I can't raise it above my waist.
My back is like a 3-year-old stacking blocks in the floor.
Yeah, I had surgery on both shoulders, and this one's hurt real bad.
Yeah, I'm not quite that broken. I don't even know how y'all look up in the air to see your airplanes. You broke ass bitches.
It's hard to sometimes. I enjoy building them just as much as flying them.
Yeah.
I got these two in here, that Super Cub and that Edge 540. That's what I'm working on this winter.
I love my Super Cub. It's a great plane.
I'll never sell my Super Cub.
Yeah, I am working on a plane that I printed a couple of years back. It's a 3D printed Spitfire. I got to get that thing done this winter
seen
so I
it.
can fly it next year.
I've seen that fuselage. It's gonna be nice.
Oh man, it's a big ass plane. It's it's about the same size as the 1600 Flightlines, but you got to put all the electronics in it. And I think at the end of the day, you know, the amount of time and effort that I spent in setting up the printer and getting the filament and all that crap to print it out and buy the servos and the retracts and the receiver and the motor and everything else that goes in it, I probably could have spent less just buying one of
It
the
takes a long time to
Flightline
make
models.
something in 3D.
Yeah.
Those printers will run for 6 to 8 hours to make a little small part.
Oh yeah, it took me about a week and a half to print all the parts. So
I got a friend that makes 3D. Well, he sells accessories for vaping, but I don't know. He's got 4 printers running round the clock.
Oh, have a good night, fellas. I'm out of here.
All right, man.
Get some rest.
all right, Michael, have a good night, brother.
You guys.
Eat a sandwich for me.
Okay, buddy.
All right, bud.
Yeah, and I think I need to do the same, my man.
Well, shut her down.
Yep. You have a good night.
We'll chat later.
Yeah, I gotta figure out more about how to, you know, look at my analytics on the YouTubes.
Get TubeBuddy. That's the beginning to help you find the right tags and stuff for your videos.
Right.
It'll help you a lot.
I am sure that would help a ton.
It's easy to get. Just use the free version of it, and you can see how it works. You can make custom thumbnails out of your video. You can play your video to a certain point, and you can pick exactly and pause it and take that picture of that frame, use it for a thumbnail. It's got a lot of good benefits for using
Right.
it.
Yeah,
Like-
I'll have to
Like
check it
tonight,
out.
you want to do your butt picture for your thumbnail?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can find it through TubeBuddy.
And you know that I do, man. Like, that's the only thumbnail that I want on any video ever is a picture of my butthole.
Oh man, you killing me.
All right. Well, let me get this thing shut down.
All right, man.
All right. You have a good night, my man.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. We will see you, buddy.
All right, bye.
All right, we'll see you, man.